Chapter 673. UD Mountain began to calm down, or rather, the whole forgotten land began to calm down. Because half a year had passed, that freak had not gone down to the next level, nor had he participated in the against battle. The first level had returned to its former peace, and the against battle had also returned to normal. Concubine Land's figure flashed and reappeared in the fresh and elegant small room. She was in a daze as she looked at the delicate and pretty face that seemed to be sleeping soundly. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her red lips were still extremely attractive. It had been half a year, but this guy had been in a coma. There was still a faint light shield over his soul ocean, which she could not detect. She began to worry. Just as she let out a deep sigh and was about to leave, a faint voice rang out in her ears, "My lord, can you save my boss?" Concubine Lan turned her head in surprise and looked at Yi Qinghan's chest. She knew that there was a pet space on Yi Qinghan's chest, but she thought it was Yi Qinghan's spiritual pet, so she did not pay much attention to it. At this moment, this spiritual pet actually took the initiative to talk to her. Moreover, she noticed that this spiritual pet called her boss instead of a master. This surprised her a little. Spiritual pets basically signed a master-servant contract with their masters. Without their master's orders, pets generally would not take the initiative to speak. So, was this little man asking for help through this pet? "Little guy, come out and talk to me." Concubine Lan pondered for a moment, then smiled and transmitted her voice to Xiao He. "Without boss's summon, I can't take the initiative to enter the pet space." "My lord. Can you save my boss?" Xiao He transmitted his voice again anxiously. That's easy." Concubine Lan chuckled and put a beautiful hand on Yi Qinghan's chest. Then, a light blue light appeared on her hand. When her hand left Yi Qinghan's chest, a black airflow came out, slowly condensed, and finally turned into a beautiful small beast. Its dark and intelligent eyes were full of anxiety and worry. Yi Qinghan had been in a coma for half a year, and he had no consciousness at all. Xiao He could sense it very clearly. He kept calling Yi Qinghan in the pet space every day, but there was no response at all. He felt that Yi Qinghan's soul seemed to have undergone a mutation. It was a blank space. He was very worried, incomparably worried. He didn't know if Yi Qinghan would become a vegetable if this mutation continued, and she would fall into a deep sleep forever. Concubine Lan came to see Yi Qinghan every once in a while. He could clearly feel that Concubine Lan had no malice and had given Yi Qinghan a necklace. He felt that the necklace had the love with him. He could. At this moment, he was even more worried. He had no choice but to take the risk and ask Concubine Lan for help. However, the moment Xiao He appeared, Concubine Lan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She blinked in surprise and said, "It's a soul-devouring beast? How could a soul-devouring beast become someone else's spiritual pet? Hundreds of thousands of years have passed. Has the divine realm changed?" Suddenly hearing the word soul-devouring beast, Xiao He's hair suddenly stood on end. With a frightening light in his eyes, he stared at Concubine Lan nervously. He subconsciously began to retreat slowly. When he retreated to Yi Qinghan's side, he came to his senses and knew that there was no way out. But he still stared at Concubine Lan nervously, his eyes full of fear and nervousness. Seeing the frightened Xiao He, Concubine Lan smiled and said gently, "Don't worry, little guy. The reason why I recognized you is that I also knew a soul-devouring beast in the past. I'm curious about one thing. Soul-devouring beasts have always been extremely arrogant. Why did you become someone else's spiritual pet?" Concubine Lan's explanation didn't dispel Xiao He's doubts. Lord Devour had told him not to expose the fact that he was a soul-devouring beast in the divine realm. Otherwise, it would arouse the greed of the experts and they would come to catch him. However, when he heard Concubine Lan's words, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Lord Devour had said that there was no third soul-devouring beast in the entire divine realm except for him and his father. Concubine Lan knew a soul-devouring beast. Could it be his father? "Your Excellency. What did the soul-devouring beast you knew look like?" Was it exactly the same as me? After a moment of silence, Xiao He couldn't help but ask weakly, unable to suppress the doubts and curiosity in his heart. He was a very special person. I've only seen his original body once, and it was exactly the same as you. Of course, he was much stronger than you. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, he was invincible under the 8th grade war god level. He was very famous in the divine realm. But later, I was trapped in the Apotheosis Valley, so I don't know what happened outside. A complicated look flashed in Concubine Lan's eyes. It seemed that she had recalled something from the past. Her face exuded a faint light, which made her pretty face more charming. However, she didn't keep silent for too long. Instead, she turned to look at Yi Qinghan and asked, "Little guy, I'll tell you about these things later. You just asked me to save your boss. Do you know what's wrong with your boss?" Xiao He turned to look at Yi Qinghan, who was sleeping. He once again sensed Yi Qinghan's situation through the soul connection and found that there was no change at all. He looked up at Concubine Lan's beautiful eyes in a daze. After staring at them for a long time, he felt a little relieved. Yi Qinghan once said that to determine whether a person was a good or bad person, one had to look at the deepest part of their eyes. At this moment, he sensed that Concubine Lan really didn't have any evil intentions. He said, "Boss, there's something wrong with his soul." "Yes." Concubine Lan wasn't particularly surprised. She just nodded. Something must have gone wrong with boss's soul, and it must be a big problem. She looked at Xiao He gently and waited for him to tell her the details. Boss's soul has become two, and his two souls are constantly moving. One is moving to the left, and the other is moving to the right. Also, I feel that his mind is completely blank, like two pieces of white paper. Your Excellency. Do you have any way to save my boss? I beg you, if you can save him, I'm willing to do anything for Xiao He. The more Xiao He spoke, the more anxious he became, and there was a hint of sobbing in his voice. His eyes were full of panic and helplessness. Before the battle, Yi Qinghan often let his imagination run wild. He wondered if there would be any big problems after the battle and what would happen after the soul was penetrated by this black line. Xiao He had been following Yi Qinghan all the time. Of course, he knew what he was worried about. Now, Yi Qinghan's worries had become a reality. His premonition had come true. How could Xiao He not be worried and anxious? Well, at first, when Concubine Lan heard Xiao He's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. Then, the more she listened, the dimmer her eyes became. Her beautiful eyebrows also frowned slightly. Although there was no expression on her face, a storm was raging in her heart. She had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. She knew a lot about the history of the realm of the gods and the Forgotten Land, but she had never heard of anyone's soul being divided into two halves. Never. After a long silence, she probed Yi Qinghan's soul again. Under Xiao He's hopeful eyes, she shook her head slightly and sighed. There's no other way. In this case, even a supreme divine emperor can't do anything about it. The only person who can save him is himself. Whether he can wake up or not depends on God's will. But I guess if he can wake up, his achievements may be limitless. Chapter 674. Recently, the Ox-Head Divine King had been in a bad mood, so his cultivation was often interrupted. Yi Qinghan had been on the second floor for a whole year, but he had not come down. He had not even sent a message. He had eaten up all the holy fruits that Yi Qinghan had left for him. He knew very well that if Yi Qinghan did not come down, he would have to participate in the next battle. Otherwise, he would die of exhaustion of energy. Of course, it was not because of this that he was not in a good mood. He never thought that he had to rely on others for everything. A martial artist's cultivation was to go against heaven and change his fate. How could he reach the top without going through all kinds of twists and turns, challenges and tribulations? He was worried about Yi Qinghan. In his heart, this little brother with a gentle smile had been regarded as a brother that he could befriend for a lifetime. He was a good judge of character. He knew that if nothing happened to Yi Qinghan, he would definitely come down to see him. At the very least, he would send a message to him. However, a year had passed, and there was no news at all. There could only be one reason. Yi Qinghan was in trouble or dead, so he was very worried. Alas, he sighed softly and then forced himself to calm down. There were only 2 months left. He had to find a way to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would probably die in the next battle. Alas, at the same time, a soft sigh was heard in a room on the second floor. Concubine Lan withdrew her divine sense. Her coquettish fingernails gently slid across her smooth forehead. Her delicate red lips were slightly pursed, and there was a touch of disappointment and worry in her long and narrow eyes. God-level martial artists rarely fell into a coma. If there was no external force, they would generally not fall into a coma for a month. However, Yi Qinghan had been in a coma for a whole year, which made her originally burning heart a little cold. Big brother, big brother. Xiao He, who was lying beside Yi Qinghan, heard Concubine Lan's soft sigh again. Tears faintly sparkled in his dark eyes. Looking at the face that was as pale as snow and had no signs of life, he continuously transmitted his voice and called out in his heart. His heart was burning with anxiety. 3 months ago, he clearly sensed that Yi Qinghan's soul was no longer mutated, but he still did not wake up. On the contrary, the aura of his body was getting weaker and weaker, and his delicate face was getting paler and paler. There was not the slightest hint of blood on his face, and it was frighteningly pale. If he doesn't wake up within 3 months, perhaps, he will never wake up. Concubine Lan sighed again. After saying that, she walked out. The moment she turned around, there was a trace of loneliness on her face. It was not because Yi Qinghan was about to die that she felt lonely. Towards this young man, she only had some appreciation, not even a good impression, let alone sadness over his death. She felt regretful because a good seedling was about to die. Yi Qinghan had given her a glimmer of hope, but this glimmer of hope was about to be extinguished before it was fully ignited. She walked out of the room and finally appeared in the small hall. Wu Shan, who was dressed in black armor, stood respectfully in the small hall. When he saw Concubine Lan suddenly appear from the wall, he was not too surprised. Instead, he bent over and bowed to her. "What's the matter?" Concubine Lan seemed to be a little tired. She sat on the chair and did not raise her head. She just asked lightly. Wu Shan raised his head with a trace of enthusiasm and excitement in his eyes. He hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, this time, 2 people in the tribe stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain for a full day." "Oh." Concubine Lan raised her head in surprise. A trace of a smile flashed in her eyes, and her tone became a little cheerful. "Strange things happen every year, but there are many today. In the past, no one could break through in 5 or 10 years, but this year, there are 2 people. Not bad, not bad. Give them double the reward and send them to the 3rd floor. There's one more thing." Seeing that Concubine Lan was in a good mood, Wu Shan smiled. He hesitated for a moment and continued to say, "Emperor Yun's tribe also has a genius. This time, she actually stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain for a full 10 days. "What?" Hearing this news, Concubine Lan, who was just a little surprised, was completely shocked. Her eyes shone brightly, and a surging aura suddenly burst out from her body, completely enveloping Wu Shan opposite her. She stood up and shouted urgently, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "Of course I'm not mistaken. How would I dare to make such a big report?" Wu Shan looked at Concubine Lan in horror. Feeling the surging aura, he felt as if he was being choked by someone. At this moment, he finally understood why Concubine Lan, who was at the peak of the Divine King realm, could sit in the position of the manager of the 2nd floor for so many years. It turned out that she was not a Divine King realm warrior at all. Her real strength was much higher than his, a 2nd stage Divine Emperor realm. "Ha, good, good. Not bad, not bad. What is a genius? This is a real genius." Concubine Lan suddenly laughed. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, shining brightly like a cunning fox who had seen a house full of chicks. She paced back and forth in the small hall and laughed loudly. She laughed so hard that the branches of flowers trembled. She laughed like a madwoman. Wu Shan touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. He knew that this news would definitely have an impact on Concubine Lan, but he didn't expect it to be so big. A freak appeared in the Rain Emperor's tribe. This freak might be able to go to the 4th floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain. However, there had been no news of this freak for a year. Wu Shan thought that this person must be dead. Discovering a freak would definitely be a great contribution to Concubine Lan. Unexpectedly, he died in the end. Now, a genius had appeared in another tribe, which was definitely a shock to Concubine Lan. Look, she had become a little nervous, hadn't she? Good. I'll leave the 2nd floor to you for the time being. I'm going out for a while. If there's anything, you can send me a message through this. After laughing for a long time, Concubine Lan took out a blue jade talisman from her interspatial ring and threw it to Wu Shan. Then, she disappeared into thin air in the small hall. Wu Shan blinked his eyes and looked at the empty small hall. He walked around in disbelief and even used his divine sense to scan the small hall. Finally, after confirming that Concubine Lan had indeed disappeared into thin air, his expression suddenly changed. He opened his mouth wide and shouted in a daze, "Teleportation." A genius had appeared in the Cloud Emperor's tribe. This news not only shocked the entire Cloud Emperor's tribe, but also the entire Forgotten Land. The Forgotten Land, which was a stagnant pool, was suddenly hit by a stone, and it was a huge stone. Immediately, the 5 emperors gathered at the Cloud Emperor Mountain. Then, the experts of the various tribes also rushed to the Cloud Emperor Mountain. This genius was also received by the 5 emperors and the experts of the Forgotten Land in the palace at the top of the Cloud Emperor Mountain. It was said that after the 5 emperors and the experts confirmed the matter, they partied for 10 days and 10 nights in the Cloud Emperor Palace. The warriors of the Cloud Emperor's tribe were generously rewarded by the Cloud Emperor. The entire Cloud Emperor Mountain was immersed in a sea of joy. Chapter 675. Compared to the joy of the Cloud Emperor's tribe, the Rain Emperor's tribe was much calmer. Their tribe could have had a genius, but it seemed that he had fallen. In the small room on the 2nd floor, the atmosphere was even more depressing. Big brother, wake up. Wake up. If you die, how can Xiao Hei stay in this damn place alone? How can Xiao Hei have the courage to live? There were no tears in Xiao Hei's eyes, just numbness and deathly stillness. 3 months had passed. Another 3 months had passed. Yi Qinghan didn't wake up. Instead, his aura was getting weaker and weaker. At this moment, he couldn't sense it anymore. Xiao Hei seemed to see Yi Qinghan's flame of life. It was like an ancient lamp without oil, flickering in the wind as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Concubine Lan had said that if Yi Qinghan couldn't wake up in 3 months, he might never wake up. Today was the last day of the 3-month period. And, from the looks of it, her prediction wasn't wrong. Xiao Hei gazed at Yi Qinghan's handsome face, recalling the first time he had met Yi Qinghan in Sung City. He remembered the time when they had run for their lives together in the barbaric mountain range. He remembered the first time he had called Yi Qinghan, his ecstatic face. He remembered how they had depended on each other in the god-slaying mountain range, and the ups and downs along the way. His withered eyes became moist again. He was a child without a father or a mother. In that small valley, he had grown up alone. Although there were many small beasts in that valley, no small beast played with him. No one cared about him. He was lonely as the snow. Later, Yi Qinghan summoned him. He had a master, a brother, a friend, and a father. With so many feelings intertwined, Yi Qinghan meant everything to him. Thus, when Lord Devour wanted to separate them, Yi Qinghan also said that he wanted to terminate the contract with him. He cried and told Yi Qinghan that he would die. Therefore, when Yi Qinghan was sucked into the Apotheosis Valley in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range, he did not hesitate to pounce over. He had already entered the mature stage and understood many principles. He knew that he had to have his own life, but, he felt that if he left Yi Qinghan, his world would no longer be colorful, fun, or bright, boss. When he sensed that Yi Qinghan's aura had suddenly become weaker, he suddenly felt his vision darken and he almost fainted. No. No, no, no. Xiao He shook his head continuously, his entire body crouching on Yi Qinghan's chest, his eyes gazing at Yi Qinghan. A small claw gently rubbed against his face. The sharp claw scratched his face, causing a trace of dark red blood to flow out. Compared to his pale face, it was a ghastly sight. Yi Qinghan's body was getting colder, and his aura was getting weaker. Xiao He's eyes opened wider, and his claw stopped moving in the air. Boss. Boss. All of a sudden. His claw shivered unceasingly, and his two small eyes bulged. His small mouth opened wide as he screamed. Then, his vision went dark, and he fainted. A childish voice arose in the small room. It was so miserable, so painful, and so heart-wrenching. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's aura vanished. His entire body became so cold, as if he had fallen into an eternal sleep. Brother. Little Han. Qinghan. 3 shivering voices arose in the room on the second floor of the Cold Heart Pavilion. Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingguo, and Yu Qingqing opened their eyes, stopping their cultivation. Just now, the 3 of them felt their hearts palpitate at the same time, a palpitation that made their hearts contract. Yi Qingyu had become a God Realm expert for so many years. Without Yi Qinghan by her side, she didn't think that life was fun. Thus, she had devoted herself to her cultivation. Several years ago, she had finished refining the divine crystal that Lord Devour had given her. Now, she had started to refine the peak God General crystal that Yi Qinghan had given her. She had successfully broken through to the God General realm. Although Yi Qingguo had neglected her cultivation for several years, she had broken through to the heavenly God realm. Yu Qingqing, who had the lowest realm among the 3 women, had broken through to the heavenly God realm several months ago. When a warrior reached a certain realm, he or she would have an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Perhaps, they had a premonition of the coming calamity. Or, someone they cared about a lot, had died. Brother. Little Han. Qinghan. The 3 women looked at the empty room, bewildered for a while. Then, they felt their hearts palpitate harder. The 3 of them were so frightened. They jolted up, screaming in fright as they dashed out of the room. When they got out of the room, they saw the fear on each other's faces. At that moment, their hearts shivered, and their bodies shivered. Yi Qingyu slid helplessly to the floor. She didn't have the elegance of an empress. The 3 beautiful faces were now snow white, so white that it was scary. Mother, Aunt Qingqing, Aunt Qingyu, what's wrong with you? After several years, Yi Sihan had become a teenager, and her face was more similar to Yi Qinghan's. He was in the hall on the first floor when he heard the 3 women's screams. He was a little surprised as he walked to the second floor. However, when he saw the scene, he dashed forward in fright. However, the 3 of them only glanced at him indifferently and continued to stand there in a daze. After a while, Yi Qingyu's eyes shone with determination. Then, she silently walked to the roof. Yi Qingguo and Yu Qingqing's eyes shone with passion as they followed Yi Qingyu to the roof. After walking out of the roof, Yi Qingyu waved her hand, and a strong divine power spread out from her hand. Then, like a ripple, it spread towards the Flame Dragon continent, waking up all the God-grade experts of the Flame Dragon continent. It didn't take long before many figures appeared on the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop. The God-grade experts of the Flame Dragon continent didn't hesitate when they heard the Empress order. They rushed over immediately. Something happened to the Frost Arch. The 3 of us have decided to go to the Purple Island in 3 days. We will go to the Divine Realm. You don't need to persuade us. We can't change our decision. If anyone wants to go with us, come to the Purple Island in 3 days. Yi Qingyu didn't look at the surprised expressions of the people around her. Then, the 3 women left the shocked God-grade experts behind and walked into the carefree pavilion. You want to go to the Divine Realm? Elder Lu looked at the 3 people's cold faces. He knew that it was useless to say anything else, so he didn't try to persuade them. He just asked the three of them to wait for a while. Then, he quickly flashed out of the Chilling Heart Pavilion and teleported to the dark forest. But when he found that little rabbit again, that little rabbit brought him a shocking piece of news. The Flame Dragon plane had been bought by Yi Qinghan, and the continent was now safe. Moreover, the peak Heavenly God Realm Divine Beast on the Purple Island had been replaced. If anyone wanted to go to the Divine Realm, please go ahead. When Elder Lu brought this news back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion, the continent's God-grade experts were shocked once again. However, they didn't feel as happy as they had imagined. Instead, they all fell silent, their expressions incomparably complicated. 3 days later, countless experts of the Flame Dragon continent gathered on the Purple Island. They watched as the 3 empresses and several God-grade experts stepped into the Purple Island's teleportation array and began their long journey to find the Frost Emperor. In the Divine Realm's Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range, an incomparably strange incident happened the day before. The woman who was protected by the Longyang City, Beacon Smoke City, and Misty City, the ice-cold woman who would only stare blankly at the deep pit and never say a word. However, yesterday, she suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream that scared all the cultivators in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. Then, an even stranger incident happened. The woman suddenly laughed loudly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her snow-white dress was dyed red. In the end, under everyone's shocked gazes, she jumped into the deep pit without any hesitation. Like a moth, she rushed towards the raging flames without any hesitation and disappeared into the bottomless pit. Chapter 676. Dead, dead, Big Brother is dead. Xiao He slowly woke up and looked at Yi Qinghan, who had lost all signs of life. His eyes became incomparably hollow. His small body seemed to have no bones at this moment as he lay limply on the bed. Big Brother is dead, what's the point of me living? Xiao He murmured softly. There was no sadness or pain in his voice, only a deep sense of loneliness and confusion. He reached out a claw and kept rubbing Yi Qinghan's ice-cold face. His movements were incomparably gentle, as if he was afraid of waking up Yi Qinghan from his deep sleep. Little ant, where are you? Quickly come out and save Big Brother. If you don't come out, I won't recognize you as my little ant anymore. Quickly come out, sob, I'm begging you. After a while, Xiao He anxiously roared at the air. He roared hysterically. All the hairs on his body stood up. He bared his teeth and looked abnormally ferocious. However, apart from his childish voice, there was no other sound in the air and no one appeared. Big Brother, don't be afraid. Xiao He won't let you go on your journey alone. Xiao He will come to accompany you. Let's explore the 9 Nether Realm together. Suddenly, Xiao He grinned and a dagger appeared in his little claw. It was a dagger that emitted a divine light. Then, he opened his mouth and forcefully stabbed the dagger into his mouth. He knew that his skin was incomparably hard, so he chose to stab the weakest part of his mouth. He chose to end his life from his throat. However, he had forgotten one thing. He had a necklace in his body. Although the necklace was simple and unadorned, it was very famous. The necklace was called the Love of the Dancing Butterfly. It was Devouring Butterfly's famous divine weapon in the God realm. When the necklace lit up, when the room was once again filled with that domineering and suffocating aura, when the dagger was repelled by that aura, it directly sank into the wall. Xiao He woke up with a start. He angrily reached out his little claw and tried to pull the necklace. However, no matter how much strength he used, he was unable to tear off the necklace. Why was this aura so familiar? That's right, it's the aura of the dancing butterfly. Could it be that this little soul-devouring beast is the Soul Emperor's son? Just as Xiao He was frantically pulling at the necklace, a figure suddenly walked out from one of the walls of the room and looked at Xiao He with slight surprise. Then, when he saw Yi Qinghan on the bed, his surprised face instantly became even more surprised. Xiao He suddenly heard someone talking. At first, he looked over in surprise, but when he saw that it was Concubine Lan, he became extremely disappointed. If Concubine Lan could be saved, Yi Qinghan would have saved her long ago. He didn't care whose son he was. For him, Yi Qinghan was his father. But now, his father was dead. Madam, can you help me remove this necklace? Xiao He looked at concubine Lan with hollow eyes and pleaded. Why do you want to take it off? Concubine Lan's surprised eyes were still fixed on Yi Qinghan. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly spoke. She answered casually, feeling a little strange. Xiao He turned his head to look at Yi Qinghan and said firmly, Boss is dead, and I don't want to live anymore. I want to go to the Nine Nether Realm with Boss. Idiot. A cold and delicate shout made Xiao He's eardrums hurt. He looked at the cold light in concubine Lan's eyes and the slightly angry expression on her face. He couldn't figure out why she was so angry when he was seeking death. I should have known that there are so many abnormal super-divine beasts like the soul-devouring beast in this world. Your father was such an amazing peerless expert, but how did he give birth to such an idiot like you? If it weren't for the love of the dancing butterfly and if I hadn't come back in time, you would have died a wrongful death. Alas. Like father, like son. Your father was also a very affectionate person in the past. Concubine Lan said faintly and lectured Xiao He. Then, she looked at Yi Qinghan with a hint of surprise in her eyes and said, Your boss is not dead. What? Xiao He's body suddenly shook. He turned his head to look at Yi Qinghan and then sensed again through his soul, but the situation was exactly the same as before. He glared at concubine Lan angrily and said, You lied to me. Boss's aura is completely extinguished. He's dead, he's dead. Idiot. Concubine Lan scolded him again and looked at Xiao He with a hint of disappointment. It seemed that she was sad that such a talented soul emperor had such an idiot son. She pointed at Yi Qinghan and said, You saw a dead warrior, but his divine crystal was still in his body and his ring was still on his hand. Also, didn't you have a soul contract with him? Did you cancel the contract? Xiao He blinked his eyes and looked at the rings on Yi Qinghan's hand. Then, he used his divine consciousness to sense the divine crystal in his lower abdomen. When he thought of the soul connection in his mind, he suddenly realized something. His hollow eyes lit up in an instant, and the faint death chi on his body was instantly replaced by exuberant vitality and ecstasy. It was instantly replaced by exuberant vitality and ecstasy. His entire body started to tremble, and 2 streams of hot tears flowed down his face. Yes, yes. He's not dead, he's not dead. Boss is not dead. How could he die? Boss is definitely not dead. No, boss doesn't like he. Ho ho, I'm so happy. Xiao He was in a mess. He paced back and forth on the bed like a fool. One moment, he was giggling, the next moment, he was frowning, and the next moment, he was talking to himself. He was extremely crazy. Don't be too happy too early. Your boss's situation is very strange. His vitality is obviously extinguished, but his soul hasn't dissipated yet. If his soul completely dissipates, he will also die. Concubine Lan looked at Xiao He, who was extremely happy, and couldn't help but attack him. Then, she began to probe Yi Qinghan's situation again. Yi Qinghan's current situation had once again broadened her horizons. A warrior was actually still alive in such a state. The faint light shield in his mind was still shining, but she still couldn't probe it. She couldn't know what was happening inside. Little soul-devouring beast, you better sit on the side obediently. I'm going to cast a spell to save your boss. Otherwise, his body will be completely destroyed. At that time, his body will be useless, and his soul will definitely scatter. Concubine Lan sighed helplessly as she looked at Xiao He, who had come to her side and was looking at her nervously. Then, she took out an exquisite jade box from her interspatial ring and sighed regretfully. You're lucky, boy. You have to work hard and wake up. You should know that my blue rain pills can be sold for hundreds of billions of divine stones in the divine realm. If you dare to waste them, I won't spare you. After saying this nonsense, Concubine Lan gently opened the jade box. A light blue divine pill floated out of it. Concubine Lan grabbed it and threw it directly into Yi Qinghan's mouth. Then, she glanced at Yi Qinghan with a complicated expression and untied Yi Qinghan's robe, revealing his broad shoulders and 2 strong pectoral muscles. The shyness on her face disappeared in a flash. Then, she gently placed her beautiful little hand on Yi Qinghan's chest. A light blue airflow slowly flowed out of her hand and finally entered Yi Qinghan's body. Chapter 677. Qinghan, I'm here for you. Yi Yao Rao looked around at the barren landscape, at the dark sky, and at the black, lifeless soil around her. However, she did not feel the slightest bit of worry or fear in her heart. Instead, an intoxicating smile appeared on her cold face. She closed her eyes and sucked in a mouthful of air greedily as though there was Yi Qinghan's aura in the air. Welcome to Forgotten Land. You have 2 choices. One is to join Thunder Emperor tribe, the other is to die. A group of martial artists walked out from the back of the hill like ghosts. However, when the leader at the front of the group looked at Yi Yao Rao, there was a flash of surprise in his lifeless eyes. Then, the surprise turned into joy. However, he hid it very well. It flashed for a moment, and his eyes became indifferent again. I choose to join. Yi Yao Rao didn't hesitate. Before she found Yi Qinghan, she couldn't die. She put on her purple armor and followed the group of warriors forward. Half a month later, they arrived at Thunder Emperor tribe. After settling Yi Yao Rao and the other newbies, the leader walked up to the 2nd floor quickly and entered the hall where the manager of the 2nd floor, Emperor God Xiu Feng, stayed. Emperor God Xiu Feng's hall was a few times more luxurious than imperial concubine lands. Emperor God Xiu Feng was enjoying himself as he sat on the lion chair with a seductive lady in his arms. He didn't care about the leader who was kneeling on the ground. He continued to extend his hand into the seductive lady's robe and kneaded it wantonly, causing the lady to pant. Mister, I found a special warrior today. The leader was clear about Emperor God Xiu Feng's unique hobby. He wasn't surprised at all and didn't dare to lift his head. Continue. Emperor God Xiu Feng didn't stop his hand movement. His other hand slid down. Before the seductive lady's eyes, he extended his hand into the lady's skirt, between her thighs, and started moving it forcefully. The leader looked straight ahead and said quickly, It's a beautiful lady and she has a cold ice jade body. Are you sure? Emperor God Xiu Feng's hand movement suddenly stopped. Then, his bell-like eyes widened with radiance as he stared at the leader and shouted coldly. I'm sure. Number 10086, sir, you can check it out. The squad leader nodded and answered affirmatively. Huh, good, I'll remember your contribution. Go down. Emperor God Xiu Feng's face was filled with ecstasy. His hand that had stopped started twisting again. The woman's breathing became more rapid. In the end, she let out a series of rapid moans. Her body trembled violently and convulsed continuously. Her exposed skin also became crimson red. She looked extremely alluring. Emperor God Xiu Feng laughed heartily and took out his lower hand. There was a sparkling and translucent liquid on it. He extended his hand to the side of the woman's mouth. The woman glanced at Emperor God Xiu Feng with her seductive eyes and licked him with her pink tongue. Cold ice jade body, what a good cold ice jade body. The Forgotten Land finally has a cold ice jade body. Emperor God Xiu Feng's consciousness swept through the 1st floor easily and he found the cold lady who was sitting quietly. There was greed and excitement in his eyes. Milord, what's wrong with the cold ice jade body? Is it as comfortable as my body? The seductive lady sucked all the translucent liquid on Emperor God Xiu Feng's hand clean. Then, she attached herself to Emperor God Xiu Feng's body like a snake. She used one hand to stroke his strong muscles gently while her other hand extended downwards and started stroking gently. Baby, of course your body is comfortable. However, your mouth is even more comfortable, Emperor God Xiu Feng laughed heartily again. Then, he pressed the seductive lady's head and pressed her under his crotch. With a jolt of divine power, her black robe instantly turned into shreds. A raging dragon was raising its head ferociously. The lady lifted her head and revealed a flirtatious smile to Emperor God Xiaofeng. Then, she stuck out her tongue and started sucking. How do I get the cold ice jade body? Emperor God Xiaofeng thought to himself as he leaned back on the lion chair with delight. He understood that if he didn't report such a jade body to the higher-ups, it would definitely be troublesome. However, if he were to report it, he definitely wouldn't have a part in it. After hesitating for a long time, he made up his mind and humphed, forget it. Let's do it secretly. Concubine Lan of Rain Emperor's tribe let that freak participate in the battle 15 times consecutively. It's against the rules, but the 5 emperors didn't say anything. Maybe the 5 emperors are busy with other matters. Let's get it secretly first. Hee. Emperor God Xiaofeng thought it through and his expression became more joyful. Then, he pressed his hands on the lady's head and his lower body started to move. The atmosphere in the room became seductive. 3 days. 5 days. 10 days. Xiao He didn't move at all for 10 days. He had been lying by the bed and looking at Yi Qinghan dumbfoundedly. He was looking forward to it every second. However, Yi Qinghan still didn't have any aura. It was as though he had become a real living dead buzz. Concubine Lan's slender figure appeared in the room. She would come to check on Yi Qinghan every day to stabilize his body. If his body was damaged, his soul would definitely dissipate in advance. She still stretched out her ivory-like hand and attached it to Yi Qinghan's chest. Then, light blue divine power emitted from her palm and slowly nourished Yi Qinghan's body to keep him alive. After a while, she retracted her hand and shook her head at Xiao He, who was full of hope. Then, she glanced at Yi Qinghan's pale face and sighed. Then, she walked out. When she walked towards the wall and was about to disappear into the room, she suddenly stopped and turned around. However, she suddenly stopped and turned around. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. This astonishment continued to expand into shock, and finally, the shock turned into a hint of joy that couldn't be hidden. Xiao He, who was lying feebly on the bed, suddenly lit up at this moment. Then, his small body instantly tightened, and his hair stood on end. He quickly closed his eyes and sensed for a while. Then, he suddenly opened them, and his whole face became ecstatic. He turned his head to look at Yi Qinghan and then at Concubine Lan. He roared in a trembling voice, "Vitality! Vitality! This is vitality! This is vitality! Your Excellency, there is vitality in my boss's body. He is coming back to life. He can be saved." No. Roar, roar. What a strong vitality. What a strong soul strength. He is indeed a genius. I, Concubine Lan, didn't choose the wrong person. Concubine Lan moved lightly and stretched out her divine sense to inspect Yi Qinghan's body. After that, she opened her beautiful red lips and smiled lightly. Her eyes were filled with joy, and she was like a blooming peony with boundless charm. She was very happy that a genius had appeared in Emperor Yun's tribe. However, she would be even happier if Emperor Rain's tribe also had a genius who was even weirder than that genius. With the appearance of these two geniuses, she seemed to see a glimmer of light in the dark sky of the Forgotten Land, a glimmer of dawn. Chapter 678. 10866. Do you understand what I'm saying? God Emperor Xiaofeng smiled as he looked at the cold lady in front of him. He could feel the cold air that was being emitted from her body and looked at her smooth skin. He was thinking in his heart that if he could hug this lady in his arms and have a good time with her, what kind of ecstasy would that be? I understand. Yi Yaorao nodded her head faintly. She had a cold personality and was too embarrassed to ask others when she came to Thunder Emperor tribe. However, God Emperor Xiaofeng, who claimed to be the manager of the second floor, had told her a lot of things. Although this person's lecherous gaze was very annoying, Yi Yaorao still decided to continue listening. Emperor God Xiaofeng's thick black eyebrows creased slightly as he looked at the woman's indifferent expression. He had told her about the dangers of the heaven-defying battle and the benefits of the second level. Who would have thought that this woman would not be moved at all? He had talked for a long time, but she only replied with 3 words. Could it be, she didn't have any special thoughts? 10866, do you want to go to the 2nd floor? God Emperor Qiu Feng decided to be more direct. Although he always liked to be more tactful and liked to flirt with ladies, he still wanted to be more direct. Yes. Yi Yao Rao replied honestly. However, she only said 1 word and didn't say anything else. *CK, God Emperor Qiu Feng cursed in his heart. Since you want to, why don't you show some expression? Do you think there is a free lunch in this world? He muttered to himself for a moment and said, there is a lady in the tribe who admires you a lot. If you know how to behave, I think she will be willing to take the risk and break the tribe rules for you. She will also help you to go to the 2nd floor and enjoy life. Thank you, lords. Yi Yao Rao was still cold. Although she thanked them, she didn't show any other expression. She was cold to people and didn't know much about the world. However, she was very smart and could see through some people and some things easily. For example, Yi Qinghan back then and this old pervert now. Damn it. God Emperor Qiu Feng almost had the impulse to force himself on her, but he didn't. He could explain that he didn't notice the cold jade body and he didn't notice it. However, if he forced himself on a woman, the crime would be huge. The new Lightning Emperor was much easier to talk to than the old Lightning Emperor in many aspects. However, when it came to forcing women, he could not tolerate it the most. If he saw it, he would kill without mercy. All these years, there were a few experts in the Thunder Emperor tribe who were much stronger than him who were personally torn into pieces by the Thunder Emperor. What should we do? Emperor God Qiu Feng looked at the lady's enchanting body and her voluptuous breasts. He felt as though there were 100 ants biting his heart and it was extremely itchy. A wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a mistress, and the one that cannot be stolen is often the most seductive. This stupid girl, this idiot. God Emperor Qiu Feng muttered to himself. He thought to himself that if this lady were to participate in the battle with a cultivation of 1st-level divine general realm, she would definitely die. Why not? She was not allowed to participate in the battle? If she was starving to death, she would naturally understand? God Emperor Qiu Feng sighed helplessly. He was about to stand up and let the lady suffer a little before he threatened and enticed her. But he didn't expect to see Yi Yao Rao suddenly laugh, and this laugh scared him. This Yi Yao Rao had been in the cave for more than an hour. Not to mention laughing, she didn't even speak a word. Now that she laughed, she was simply more beautiful than the lotus on the snow mountain. My lord, can you tell me about the other things in the Forgotten Land? I am very curious about this place. Yi Yao Rao suppressed her disgust and laughed sweetly as she spoke softly. Of course, this is not a problem. What do you want to ask? Just say it. There is nothing in the Forgotten Land that I, Lord Qiu Feng, do not know. God Emperor Qiu Feng suddenly felt flattered. He was afraid that if you did not speak and did not have any requests, as long as you spoke and had requests, he was confident that he could get this lady. He immediately patted his chest and said heroically, My lord, can you tell me about the 5 tribes? For example, some experts in the tribes, some strange people, some strange things and so on. When Yi Yao Rao heard about Enrich, she actually had a bad premonition in her heart. Combined with her sudden palpitations in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range, she was very afraid. However, she did not give up and still had some hope. About that, the Forgotten Land will first talk about the 5 emperors. Of the 5 emperors, 3 are men, 1 is a woman, and 1 is a Class 8 demonic beast, Inferno Beast. Of course, it's not good to talk about the 5 lords. God Emperor Qiu Feng spoke frankly and with assurance. His face was filled with confidence. When he saw Yi Yao Rao listening to him with interest, he couldn't help but speak more cheerfully. He basically told her all the big and small matters in Forgotten Land. 1 was talking, 1 was asking questions, 1 was talking happily, 1 was listening attentively, and from time to time Yi Yao Rao would ask some questions. The 2 of them chatted for several hours, and it seemed like they were having a good time. Many thanks, my lord. When I have time, I will consult my lord. After asking what she wanted to ask and knowing what she wanted to know, Yi Yaorao's face suddenly turned cold. She no longer had the heart to pretend to be polite with this person and coldly asked him to leave. God Emperor Qiu Feng was stunned. This woman was smiling just now. Why did she suddenly change? This isn't fun. However, no matter what God Emperor Qiu Feng said, Yi Yaorao still remained cold and silent. She didn't even look at him. Even if God Emperor Qiu Feng was a fool, he knew that Yi Yaorao's expression of being able to learn immediately was fake. He couldn't help but harumph and leave. He had decided to make Yi Yaorao suffer. When the time came, he would force her to kneel down and beg him, give him, reign Emperor tribe. Qinghan, wait for me. Yi Yaorao revealed a faint smile on her face and it brought a bit of light to the dark cave. You're awake. Boss, you're finally awake. You scared me to death, do you know? Xiao He looked at Yi Qinghan as he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the familiar pure black eyes. He told himself not to cry. It was a good thing that boss woke up. It was a happy occasion. He couldn't cry. However, his tears still flowed out and he cried to his heart's content. Xiao He, don't cry. Boss has made you worry. After sleeping for more than a year, Yi Qinghan's body wasn't weak at all. When he opened his eyes, he was originally in a daze. However, when he saw Xiao He crying so sadly, Yi Qinghan immediately comforted Xiao He even though he didn't know what happened. Boss. Xiao He wanted to say something. However, she was choked with sobs and couldn't say anything. She threw herself into Yi Qinghan's body and grabbed his clothes tightly with her two little claws, as though she was afraid that he would disappear in the blink of an eye. Xiao He, wait a minute. My body seems to have undergone some changes. As Yi Qinghan comforted Xiao He, he began to check his body with his divine sense. This check scared him to the point that his face turned pale. He quickly carried Xiao He to the side of the bed and began to use his inner vision. When Xiao He saw Yi Qinghan being so serious, she quickly stopped crying and looked at Yi Qinghan nervously, waiting for his explanation. Damn, how did this young master's soul become like this? Also, how did my soul become so strong? This should be comparable to the soul of a divine king, right? Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. He licked his lips and muttered in disbelief. Chapter 679. In his soul sea, there was originally an ocean-like sponge that emitted a hazy glow. At this moment, this ocean had split into two, as if one ocean had become two separate lakes. In the middle, there was a bridge. The bridge was black and glowed with black light. It was that black line, but it was several times thicker. This was not important. What was important was that Yi Qinghan realized he could actually multitask. Two souls could operate at the same time. One soul was emitting divine sense and looking inside his body, while the other soul was thinking about this strange phenomenon. And the strength of the two parts of his soul sea had increased. When combined, it was about 150% of its original size. This meant that his soul realm had at least reached the divine king realm. This was simply inconceivable. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. He decided to do an experiment. He would let one part of his soul comprehend the laws and start cultivating, while the other part would start to let his imagination run wild. In the end, although it was a little chaotic at first, it succeeded in the end. Then, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and let the cultivating soul continue cultivating. He stood up and walked down the bed. He poured a cup of tea and began to drink it leisurely. In the end, there was still no effect. The other half of his soul was still cultivating. This young master has become Zhou Baodong. I know the left and right interfighting art. Motherf asterisk Ker, this is too strange. Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of tea on the ground. Not caring about Xiao Hei's confused eyes, he began to ponder. Or rather, he began to fear. The soul was the foundation of a martial artist. Now, his foundation had become a different kind. It was like someone waking up and realizing that they had become a dragon. The first thing that came to his mind was not that he had an abnormal ability or excitement. Instead, he would feel fear. Because he was no longer the same as a human. He had become a different kind. No matter how powerful he was, he could no longer be considered a human. He was no longer his original self. He would instinctively feel fear, and even madness. The soul was a part of the body, but this part was different from a normal person. How could he not be terrified? After a long period of silence and countless experiments, he finally confirmed one thing: there were two souls in his mind. The two souls did not interfere with each other and could be used separately or together. In other words, he could think of one thing or two things at the same time. Xiaohei, how long have I been unconscious? What happened during that time? In his panic, Yi Qinghan sobered up and began to trace the cause and process of the incident. Boss, are you alright? Looking at Yi Qinghan's nervous behavior, Xiaohei was also very afraid. However, looking at Yi Qinghan's serious expression, he began to tell Yi Qinghan in detail what happened after he fell unconscious. What? Concubine Lan joined the battle with me and knew about my soul mutation? Yi Qinghan's face suddenly darkened. His soul mutation had turned him into a different kind of person. He instinctively regarded this as his most private secret. Other than Xiaohei, he did not even want to tell his wife. Just like how his soul came from Earth, other than Xiaohei, Yi Qingyu, and the others, no one knew about this secret. Now, Concubine Lan actually knew about his soul mutation. Damn it, I must take this woman down. I must take her down. Yi Qinghan felt a hidden danger. Concubine Lan was very mysterious. As the manager of the second level of the Rain Emperor Mountain, she could actually sneak into the team of God General Realm cultivators. No wonder he felt that her eyes were so familiar. Since she could disguise herself as a God General Realm cultivator, she must also be a God King Realm cultivator on the surface. Now, this demon-like woman actually knew about his biggest secret and even took his slaughter god blade. If he did not take her down, Yi Qinghan felt that he would always be in danger. This made him restless and lose his appetite. He thought about the first time he met Concubine Lan and her eyes that could see through people's hearts. He knew that Concubine Lan must have some kind of mind-reading skill or that her soul was extremely powerful and could easily invade his soul. Yi Qinghan made up his mind that when he met Concubine Lan in the future, he must not think about his soul mutation. She probably only knew that his soul had become two, but she did not know that his two souls could be used separately and would not affect each other. Speak of the devil and he will appear. While Yi Qinghan was in a daze, the wall in front of him flashed with a white light. A slim figure in blue walked out of the wall like a fairy. When she saw Yi Qinghan sitting on the bed and looking in her direction, her eyes suddenly lit up, making the room look even more gorgeous. Xiaohei, enter the beast battle space. Yi Qinghan was stunned, but he laughed and transmitted his voice to Xiaohei. Before he took down Concubine Lan, he did not want her to know too many of his secrets through Xiaohei. When Xiaohei turned into a shadow and entered his chest, he stared at Concubine Lan's delicate red lips with an aggressive light in his eyes and said faintly, Miss Concubine Lan. 1. Concubine Lan was stunned for a moment, but then she came to her senses. Yi Qinghan's words had been very clear. He had won 15 consecutive victories, so he was qualified to get the bet. I only want a kiss from you, miss. Thinking of Yi Qinghan's arrogant declaration and looking at his fiery eyes, Concubine Lan felt a kind of emotion that had not appeared in her heart for hundreds of thousands of years. An emotion that had not appeared in Concubine Lan's heart for hundreds of thousands of years quietly surged into her heart at this moment. She was a little shy. How many years had it been? Ever since that man's death, she had never fallen in love again. She had never had any interest in the affairs of a man and a woman. But today, because of a young man and a bet, she actually felt shy. Concubine Lan came to her senses in an instant, and her face turned cold. She thought that she had made a mistake, so she forcibly cut off the strange emotion in her heart. Then she said coldly, "You seem to have forgotten one thing. If it weren't for me, you would have been a corpse by now." Haha. Yi Qinghan stood up and laughed at the sky. The light in his eyes became more aggressive. Since he had made up his mind to take down Concubine Lan, he had to do it at all costs. Therefore, he did not take a step back, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became wider. "It's undeniable that I'm standing here alive now, which means that you've lost." Since she had lost, she had to accept her defeat. Yi Qinghan's aggressiveness made Concubine Lan's face change again. How could this young man be so stubborn? For hundreds of thousands of years, she had never been angry because of anything. But at this moment, she was completely annoyed. She stared at Yi Qinghan coldly and quietly released the chill from her body. The air in the whole room seemed to freeze. Her eyes flickered with a cold light. After a long time, she said, "Young man, I think it's better to be grateful and know when to advance and retreat. Don't you think so?" Haha. Yi Qinghan laughed again. His laughter was so heroic and arrogant. He stared at Concubine Lan and slowly walked toward her like a wolf in the middle of the night. The corners of his mouth curved into an extremely evil arc, and he said resolutely, word by word, "If I can't get a kiss from you, Yi Qinghan would rather die." Chapter 680. Listening to Yi Qinghan's arrogant and domineering words and smelling the faint breath of the man in front of her, she thought of the skin contact with Yi Qinghan when she was healing him. Concubine Lan was a little confused, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. However, this strange feeling did not last long, and it was instantly replaced by anger. Who am I? How dare this young divine general treat me like this? How dare he threaten me? How many years has it been? Who dares to treat me like this? Does he want to die? Without hesitation, Concubine Lan gently waved her hand forward. A light blue airflow, like a water ripple, came out of her white jade-like palm and then pressed on Yi Qinghan's chest. Bang! As expected, Yi Qinghan was directly sent flying and hit the wall heavily. Then, he bounced back and rolled on the floor a few times before he stood up with difficulty. Ahem, ahem. After coughing a few times, Yi Qinghan slowly stood up and raised his head. His face became a little pale, and a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. The combination of red and white made the evil smile at the corners of his mouth look even weirder, giving him a unique temperament. He grinned and didn't mind Concubine Lan's slap at all. Instead, he said gently, "Why did you hold back, miss? Do you not have the heart to kill me?" Concubine Lan's face became even more livid. Hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation had been completely destroyed today. She turned her head away as if she didn't dare to look directly at Yi Qinghan's fiery eyes. She said in a panic, "I can give you many privileges. I can help your strength soar, and I can give you many treasures. In my eyes, I'm not even interested in being the head of a mansion at this moment. If I can't get a kiss from you, then please kill me." Yi Qinghan rudely interrupted Concubine Lan's words and then continued to press toward her. Step by step, the rustling sound of his footsteps rang out in the room. It was like the strange footsteps of a Qiongqi beast that shook the heavens, hitting Concubine Lan's heart heavily. Concubine Lan took a step back subconsciously, but a light blue airflow appeared in her hand again. But when she saw the bright red at the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth, and saw the fearless light in Yi Qinghan's eyes, her heart sank. Her heart trembled, and she took another step back. Sha, sha, sha. As Yi Qinghan took a step forward, Concubine Lan took a step back. The sound of 2 footsteps rang out, which was extremely abrupt and strange in the quiet room. Oh, Concubine Lan's back trembled. Unknowingly, she had already retreated to the wall of the room. Just as she was about to retreat to the side, a strong hand suddenly reached over and held her waist tightly. She subconsciously looked down, then suddenly woke up with a start and raised her head abruptly. Then, she felt 2 pairs of fiery lips clamping onto hers. A nimble and powerful tongue entered her slightly parted lips, and a sunny and masculine scent assaulted her senses. In an instant, there was a bang in her head, and she was completely confused. After a long time, their bodies separated, and their lips parted. These two flowery lips are really enchanting. Damn it, it's worth it to be hit by her. Looking at Concubine Lan, who was still in a daze, Yi Qinghan felt great in his heart. His big hand felt her slender waist, which was surprisingly smooth, and he reluctantly withdrew it. He knew that he could not be too hasty when dealing with women, especially such a noble and mysterious woman. If he was too hasty, he would not be able to take advantage of her, but he would be burned, sure enough. Concubine Lan came to her senses in an instant. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw a hard slap at him. This time, the strength was a little stronger than the last time. Yi Qinghan flew backward in the air. He could clearly hear the sound of countless ribs breaking in his chest, and blood sprayed in the air. Humph, 95-27, you've gone too far. Just wait to be killed by me. Concubine Lan left a fierce threat and disappeared directly from the room, leaving Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Damn it, if I don't let you blow on me, I swear I'm not a human being. Yi Qinghan's face was twisted in pain. He hurriedly took out the soul ring from his space ring and began to heal his wounds with the help of the divine crystal. This time, he spent 3 days recuperating. During these days, Yi Qinghan had been constantly testing and experimenting with his strange soul. However, he did not find anything strange. The souls were still floating quietly in his mind, like two lakes. The black line was still connecting the two souls like a bridge. Damn it, I don't care. Anyway, it's not a bad thing for me at the moment. On the contrary, it's a great thing. I'll think about it when something really happens. At worst, I'll die. Yi Qinghan's AQ spirit was activated again. He would not think about things that he could not figure out. One soul had become two. For him, not only did he not find any disadvantages at the moment, but it was also a great benefit. That was, one of his souls could constantly cultivate, which meant that he could cultivate at all times. He could even cultivate when he was fighting or having sex in the bedroom. If the other soul also participated in the cultivation, it would be equivalent to two souls comprehending. Of course, 1 + 1 wasn't as simple as 2. The speed at which he comprehended the laws would be much faster. Most importantly, his two souls could constantly verify with each other. This way, the speed of his deductions would be greatly increased. With this abnormal soul, Yi Qinghan believed that the speed at which he comprehended the laws could be increased by more than 3 times. This was much better than when he was in the dream palace. Why isn't Concubine Lan showing up? Hee hee. Yi Qinghan touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. He subconsciously licked his lips at the thought of her tender and beautiful lips. Concubine Lan knew too much about him, and his slaughter god blade was still with her. As long as he did not take this woman down, he would not be at ease. In the past, he did not like to conquer a woman by force. He liked it when the conditions were right and when the two of them had feelings for each other, they would get married. However, he had no other choice now. 3 days ago, he had risked his life to kiss Concubine Lan forcefully in order to seize the initiative. Once a seed was planted in Concubine Lan's mind, this seed could be continuously watered and fertilized until it finally grew strong and healthy. After his injuries were healed, Yi Qinghan became idle. Although Concubine Lan could easily enter and exit the wall, he could not. Out of boredom, he began to cultivate. However, although he had comprehended all the profound mysteries of the laws to the phenomenal stage, he had no clue how to fuse the laws. Yi Qinghan thought about it and realized that only the soul-quieting technique could be cultivated. Thinking of the soul-quieting technique, Yi Qinghan had a headache. This *T technique was too difficult to cultivate. As he cultivated, he would often get distracted and fail on the verge of success. Wait. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, they became brighter and brighter until they were even brighter than the gems on the ceiling of the room. Damn it. Why didn't I think of that? This time, I've struck it rich. Abruptly, Yi Qinghan smacked his head with his hand, but he grinned. Just now, he suddenly realized that the difficulty of cultivating the great art of soul quietude was that he would often be distracted as he cultivated. But it was different now. He had two souls. One soul could cultivate, and the other could be distracted. In this way, this extremely difficult cultivation would become easy, wouldn't it? As long as he could successfully cultivate the soul quieting technique, he would be able to enter the state of soul quieting on his own initiative. In addition, the cultivation speed of his two souls was already 3 times faster. Now, it could be more than 5 times faster. In other words, his cultivation speed could soar infinitely. Gulp. Yi Qinghan swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. His bright eyes seemed to be able to see a golden path sweeping towards him. Chapter 681. Just do it. Yi Qinghan had always done things swiftly and decisively. He would do whatever he thought of immediately. He sent a voice transmission to Xiao He, asking him not to disturb him. Then, he calmed down and began to meditate. One of the souls began to recall the scene of entering soul silence, while the other soul began to indulge in flights of fancy. He thought of that beautiful night on the tranquil lake island, when Yu Qingqing flew out of the northern court like a flower fairy. He thought of the yellow sand on the god-slaying mountain, and the entanglement between Yu Qingqing and the chilling heart pavilion. However, he was still not proficient in using the two souls. Occasionally, they would affect each other and become a little chaotic. But he was not discouraged. After every moment of chaos, he would stop cultivating and calm himself down for a period of time before resuming his cultivation. After a few rounds of cultivation, he became more and more experienced and began to familiarize himself with the use of the two souls. He focused all his attention on the cultivation of the soul silence technique. Phew. Almost, just a little more, and I will be able to comprehend it in 1 round. It's possible. I will definitely succeed. Several hours later, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and laughed heartily. His expression was unusually excited. He did not sigh for too long, and then closed his eyes to cultivate. *CK their second master. I finally succeeded. I've finally completed 1 round of cultivation. Since I can succeed 1 round, I can succeed 2 rounds. The 3rd level of the soul silence technique won't be too far away. 3 hours later, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes again. He clenched his fists and waved them in the air. His eyes and brows were full of ecstasy. In just 6 hours, he had successfully recalled the scene 10,000 times and entered the soul silent state. He was right. This matter could really be done, and it would be done so easily. When Yi Qinghan was about to continue cultivating in one go, a faint snort sounded in the room. Yi Qinghan did not dare to continue cultivating, nor did he dare to think about cultivation and the soul. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the wall on the left with a smile. Concubine Lan's figure emerged from the wall faintly. Her face was no longer gloomy. Instead, she had regained her indifferent and elegant expression, as if nothing could move her. "Hello, Miss Lan." Miss Lan seems to have become more beautiful today. However, the next second, Yi Qinghan's teasing made Concubine Lan's indifferent expression change slightly. Of course, she wouldn't be moved by Yi Qinghan's flattery, but because she heard the special meaning in Yi Qinghan's words. She heaved a sigh of relief and told herself to calm down. She did not want to kill this good seedling in front of her out of anger. "If I were you, I wouldn't do something meaningless that would have serious consequences for myself." Concubine Lan sat leisurely on the table, poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said lightly. Although Concubine Lan's words sounded like a tongue twister, Yi Qinghan could still clearly hear the threat in it. However, he didn't care. He went straight to the other end of the table and poured himself a cup of tea. However, he didn't drink it himself. Instead, he pushed it in front of Concubine Lan. In Concubine Lan's surprised eyes, he said with some shame, "Drink this cup." I just used that cup." Puff, Concubine Lan spat out a mouthful of tea and hurriedly wiped it. Her heart was in a mess again. She thought to herself, "What's wrong with me? Why did I completely lose my composure when I met this young man? How could I casually drink tea from this cup? Isn't this equivalent to kissing this young man indirectly? Calm down. Blue Rain, you must calm down. This young man is a genius. Maybe he can be of great use. You can't kill him. Concubine Lan kept persuading herself in her heart, telling herself not to be impulsive. However, when she turned her head and saw Yi Qinghan's teasing eyes and the evil smile at the corner of his mouth, the suppressed killing intent in her heart surged again. Well, Miss Concubine Lan, calm down. I didn't mean to offend you. Let's get down to business. Seeing Concubine Lan's angry eyes, Yi Qinghan stopped smiling at the right time. Instead, his face became extremely serious, and he said to Concubine Lan solemnly. Humph. Say it. Concubine Lan snorted coldly and put the cup in her hand heavily on the table. Then, she took the cup of tea handed over by Yi Qinghan and sipped it, as if she wanted to hide her embarrassment by drinking tea. Miss Concubine Lan, I have a question. This question has been lingering in my mind for a few days. It makes me sleepless at night and tasteless. I wonder if Miss Concubine Lan can answer it for me. Yi Qinghan is very grateful. Yi Qinghan nodded, but he frowned slightly. It seemed that this question was really important. Say it. Concubine Lan gave a word stingily again, but there was a little curiosity in her eyes. It was rare for Yi Qinghan to be so serious. What kind of question would he ask her? Yi Qinghan took a deep breath. Then, with deep affection in his eyes, he stared at Concubine Lan and said very seriously, what I want to ask is. I don't know how to win your heart. Miss Concubine Lan. You don't know this, but ever since I saw you for the first time, I was deeply attracted by your beauty, and that temperament that was like the brightest star in the night sky. It made me unable to extricate myself, and even my soul palpitated. Bang! Unsurprisingly, a beautiful palm responded to Yi Qinghan's words. This palm even directly smashed the table into powder and broke Yi Qinghan's ribs, which had just been repaired. This time, Yi Qinghan felt that all his internal organs had been shattered. You have the right to refuse, but I have the right to pursue love. Even if you kill me, you can't change the sincerity in my heart that I love you. Yi Qinghan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Like a stubborn child, he raised his head with difficulty and looked at Concubine Lan. His eyes were full of pain and persistence. Don't try to fool little girls like that. Anne. I can tell you clearly that in this forgotten land, countless people have fallen in love with me, but they are all dead. Concubine Lan's tone was very indifferent, but the bright red on her face showed that Yi Qinghan's performance was still effective. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was struggling to stand up, she was a little confused. Why did she always get angry so easily in front of this little man? Yi Qinghan struggled to stand up, leaned against the wall, lowered his head, and became a little lonely. He let out a long sigh, raised his head slightly, looked up at Concubine Lan at a 45-degree angle, and said faintly, It's a blessing to be killed by Miss Concubine Lan. If I can't win your heart, Yi Qinghan would rather die. Concubine Lan was completely at wit's end. Last time, because of these words, she was kissed by him secretly. She was stunned as she gazed at that handsome and delicate face covered in blood, yet her eyes flickered. After a short while, she seemed to have thought of something, and a wisp of a smile suddenly appeared on her face as she said, All right, since you want me, then this young miss will give you this opportunity. As long as you can meet my requirements, Blue Rain will give itself to you. Yi Qinghan was stunned, but after a moment, he asked in surprise, What conditions? Climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Concubine Lan's eyes lit up, and she smiled faintly. Chapter 682. The top of the 5 Emperors Mountain? It was the first time that Yi Qinghan had heard of this strange place. He raised his eyebrows in confusion and looked at Concubine Lan. The 5 Emperors Mountain is a mountain in the center of the Forgotten Land. This mountain is a bit strange. Without a certain level of strength, it's difficult to reach the top. If you can reach the top, I'll be yours for the rest of my life. What do you think? Do you dare to challenge me? Concubine Lan chuckled. Her beautiful eyes were full of provocation. Is there any fatal danger? Yi Qinghan directly ignored Concubine Lan's provocation and asked. Concubine Lan said straightforwardly, the Five Emperors Mountain itself is not dangerous. Of course, there are often warriors and high-level demonic beasts cultivating in it. Under normal circumstances, they won't take the initiative to attack you. If you get into a dispute with someone and get killed, it doesn't count. Deal. Yi Qinghan also said straightforwardly. Although he knew that this mountain was definitely strange, he knew that if he did not agree to Concubine Lan's request, he would never be able to conquer her. If he did not conquer her, he would never be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life. He could only grit his teeth and agree. A word from a monarch. A promise cannot be taken back. They looked at each other, narrowed their eyes, and chuckled. Both of them had ulterior motives and laughed like two cunning foxes. Concubine Lan laughed for a moment and said leisurely, there is a small teleportation device in the central hall on the second floor. You can be teleported to the Five Emperors Mountain at any time. What I can tell you is that you can go to the number 1 practice room to cultivate at any time. Every month, you can go to Wu Mountain to get a holy fruit. The Five Emperors Mountain is like a pile of 5 mountains. If you can climb to the second mountain, I will send you to the 3rd floor. If you can climb to the 3rd mountain, you can go to the 4th floor. If you can climb to the 4th mountain, congratulations, you can be met by the Rain Emperor. She will satisfy any reasonable request of yours. So, work hard, little man. I'm looking forward to your performance. Hiss, Yi Qinghan gasped. He knew that it was difficult to climb to the Five Emperors Mountain, but he did not expect it to be so difficult. At this moment, he felt that he had to suffer in silence. If he could climb to the 4th mountain, he could be summoned by the Rain Emperor and get a promise from her. One could imagine how difficult it was to climb to the 4th mountain. Now, he obviously wanted to climb to the 5th mountain. Giggle, Concubine Lan was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's expression. It seemed that she was very happy to see Yi Qinghan being defeated. She smiled sweetly and said, pack up your things. I've arranged a room for you. You can't live here anymore. Why? I think this place is not bad. Moreover, there is a faint fragrance in this room. I like it very much. Yi Qinghan was surprised and asked. Hearing Yi Qinghan's unintentional words, a faint flush appeared on Concubine Lan's face. This room had always been her boudoir. That day, because she was worried about Yi Qinghan's condition, she had rashly brought him here. She was clear that there was no perfume in the room. This fragrance naturally came from her body. Thinking up to here, she felt as if she had been taken advantage of by Yi Qinghan again. She glared at Yi Qinghan angrily and said, there's no why, I can't stay here just because I can't. Are you going or not? If you don't leave, I'll throw you out. Haha. It was the first time that Yi Qinghan had seen Concubine Lan acting like a little girl. He was in a very good mood and teased her, why are you so fierce? If you want to leave, just leave. I really don't understand. Anyway, you've lived here for so many days. What's the matter if you sleep on the bed or sleep with me, humph? Hearing this, Concubine Lan's face changed instantly. Light blue airflow came out of her hands. It seemed that she was about to lose her temper again. Fine. Miss Concubine Lan, calm down. If you slap me again, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave even if I want to. Yi Qinghan quickly raised his hands to beg for mercy. His injury had just recovered a little. If he was slapped again, he would definitely have to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month. He twisted his body with difficulty and put his armor into the space ring. Then he turned his head, pretended to be indifferent, and said to Concubine Lan, Miss Concubine Lan, do I have something with you? Humph. Of course, Concubine Lan knew what Yi Qinghan was asking. With a flip of her hand, a long black knife appeared in her hand. She threw it directly to Yi Qinghan and said disdainfully, I originally wanted to keep this knife for you. Since you want to take it, just take it. I don't care about it. However, I still want to give you a piece of advice. This knife is very precious. Don't show it to others easily. Thank you for your reminder, miss. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to take the knife. With a wave of his hand, he put it into the space ring and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, concubine Lan didn't covet the slaughter god knife. If she insisted that she didn't take it, he couldn't do anything about it. However, he was even more curious about this mysterious concubine Lan. It was obvious that she could see that the slaughter god knife was extraordinary, but why didn't she covet it at all? After packing up, Yi Qinghan moved his feet with difficulty and followed concubine Lan to the wall. This time, he didn't get bounced back by the white light on the wall like before. Instead, he went through it directly and appeared in the small hall. In the small hall, Wu Shan was waiting respectfully. When he suddenly saw Yi Qinghan behind concubine Lan, his eyes revealed a look of surprise. However, he was not surprised for long. He respectfully lowered his head and bowed to concubine Lan. Arrange 9527 to stay in room 1. All the places on the second floor are open to him at any time. First-class treatment. Take him out. Concubine Lan sat in her armchair and said a few words lightly. Then, she lowered her eyes and fell silent. Ah! Wu Shan's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. Arranging him to stay in room 1 was not a big deal. There were a few people on the second floor who enjoyed the same treatment. However, all the places on the second floor were open to him at any time. This was not only unprecedented, but it also violated the rules of UD Mountain. 9527 had disappeared for more than a year. Not only did he not die, but he also enjoyed such treatment as soon as he came out. How could he not be shocked? Yes, sir. Wu Shan looked at concubine Lan, who was silent. He did not hesitate for too long. Concubine Lan had violated the rules of UD Mountain many times, so she did not care about this one. He walked over and supported Yi Qinghan to walk out. His eyes flickered as he thought, what is the relationship between 9527 and concubine Lan? Have they already slept together? It seems that it's good to have a delicate face. Seeing Wu Shan's shocked eyes, Yi Qinghan knew that this treatment must be unprecedented, so he became extremely happy. He followed Wu Shan out. When he reached the door, he looked back and happened to meet concubine Lan's eyes. He smiled coolly, flipped his hair, and sent a voice transmission to her, "Woman, wash yourself clean and wait for me to pamper you." After sending the voice transmission, he no longer cared about concubine Lan's pretty face, which had instantly turned livid. He turned around and walked out with Wu Shan. The two of them turned into a long corridor and walked forward. Along the way, they met many warriors on the second floor, but they all looked shocked. The expression in their eyes was obvious. Who is this person? How can he be supported by Sir Wu Shan? After turning several long corridors, they finally came to the end of a long corridor. Wu Shan clapped on a mechanism next to a stone door and walked in with Yi Qinghan. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan looked around curiously. After a glance, his eyes suddenly widened, and he could not come to his senses for a long time. Chapter 683. The room was very large, twice as large as concubine Lan's small hall. The decoration and furnishings of the room were even more luxurious than those of the carefree pavilion. It looked like a hall, with 3 rooms on both sides. Oh my, is this first-class treatment? Room number 1? It's really extraordinary. Yi Qinghan was secretly surprised, but he instantly regained his composure. After all, he had seen the luxury of the carefree pavilion and the magic of the dream palace, so it was not too strange. Moreover, he did not care much about this kind of luxurious enjoyment. However, in Wu Shan's eyes, his calm demeanor was a completely different story. This guy not only broke the record of the Forgotten Land with 15 consecutive victories, but also seemed to have a special relationship with concubine Lan. Now, in the face of such a luxurious palace, he was only slightly stunned for a while. This guy was not ordinary. Little brother, How should I address you? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this guy was extraordinary. Wu Shan's attitude became more friendly. At this moment, it was certainly not appropriate to call him 9527. Brother Wu Shan, you're too polite. My name is Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan sensed Wu Shan's intimacy and heard him address her affectionately. She tactfully followed his lead. Little brother Yi, you're injured. Take care of yourself first. If you need anything, you can come to me. I live in room number 10. Yi Qinghan's understanding caused Wu Shan's smile to become even more radiant. He helped Yi Qinghan to the armchair and sat her down. After saying a few polite words, he took his leave. Xiaohei, come out and have a look at our new home. As soon as Wu Shan left, Yi Qinghan directly waved a wave of qi and hit the mechanism of the door. The thick stone door immediately lit up with a faint light. After turning on the shield, he summoned Xiaohei and let him play in the room. Then he began to run his qi to heal himself. Concubine Lan's slap just now was very gentle, but it was much more powerful than the last time. If it weren't for the soul ring secretly healing him, it would have been very difficult for him to get out. Thinking of the second bet with Concubine Lan, Yi Qinghan thought viciously, I must find a way to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, make her submit to me, and whip her for 10 days and 10 nights. Of course, I must use candles and whips. The news of Yi Qinghan staying in room number 1 spread to the ears of most of the martial artists on the second floor not long after. While everyone was shocked, they began to inquire about Yi Qinghan's detailed information. This was the descendant of the genius who had fought 15 consecutive battles without dying. The crowd was no longer surprised. Even though this person was only a first-layer divine general, he had reached a height that even the new Thunder Emperor could not reach. Who would dare to look down on him? After 3 days, Yi Qinghan walked out of room number 1 and went straight into room number 1. However, he didn't come out again. The crowd's originally calm hearts were in turmoil again. Room number 1 was extremely magical. There were traces of the Rain Emperor practicing in it, and there was a small spirit gathering formation in it. The divine qi inside was several times denser than on the second floor. It was much faster to practice and comprehend in there than outside. Most of the martial artists on the second floor could only cultivate 1 day a month, and it was a fixed time. This was a rule set by the Rain Emperor himself. Only by meeting certain requirements could they have 1 or 2 more days a month. However, this person could go in and out at will, and it seemed like he wasn't going to come out. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Concubine Lan was too bold. If this matter reached the ears of the Rain Emperor, even if she had someone backing her up, she wouldn't be able to protect her. The second thought was, did this person have something going on with Concubine Lan? Otherwise, why would Concubine Lan treat him so well? Gigolos were still popular nowadays. Yi Qinghan didn't care what others thought. He was very busy now. He was busy letting his imagination run wild and cultivating the soul-quieting technique. His soul had become 2, and he could suddenly cultivate the soul-quieting technique easily. While Yi Qinghan was pleasantly surprised, he thought that he should quickly cultivate this technique. If his soul mutated again, wouldn't he make a profit? Divine Realm, Misty Continent. The Ascension platform seemed to be particularly lively today. Martial artists were continuously teleported up from the material plane. A large group of martial artists had just been sent away, and now several martial artists were teleported in at the same time. There are actually 3 Divine General Realm martial artists? The 2 silver-haired and silver-eyed tall men guarding the Ascension platform raised their eyebrows. It was very rare for 6 martial artists to be teleported in at once. This time, there were actually 3 Divine General Realm martial artists, which was even more strange. However, both of them were Divine King Realm experts, so they could easily tell with a glance. Among these 6 martial artists, 5 of them had refined divine crystals. The 2 of them retracted their astonished gazes, and even revealed faint disdain on their faces. They thought that these were definitely relatives of the lords of some material plane. Martial artists who refined divine crystals to break through had a very low status in the divine realm. This was because those martial artists who had painstakingly comprehended and broke through instinctively looked down on these martial artists who took shortcuts to break through. The divine realm is indeed different. The heaven and earth essence energy is so dense that even the air here feels comfortable. Yi Qingniu looked at the magnificent scenery around him and sensed the ancient desolation in the air, which made one's skin unconsciously feel happy. He laughed comfortably and said to the Lord of Hidden Island and the Saber Emperor, who were beside him. Saber Emperor and Hidden Island Lord smiled embarrassedly, but they looked at the two huge martial artists beside the teleportation formation with some fear. Yi Qingniu had a straightforward and carefree temperament, so they naturally wouldn't be so rash. After all, this wasn't their territory. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingcheng, and Yi Qingwu looked around, feeling slightly excited. In their hearts, they were thinking that Yi Qinghan must have also been teleported here. However, there were 6 of them, while Yi Qinghan was alone. Thinking of this, all sorts of feelings welled up in the 3 of them, and their eyes became misty. Shut up. Get lost. If you keep shouting, I'll kill all of you. Get lost. Hearing Yi Qingniu's loud laughter, the expressions of the 2 silver-haired martial artists turned cold. One of the martial artists' cold aura instantly enveloped the entire ascension platform, and the 2 of them shouted coldly at the others. Did these trash really think that the divine realm was their material plane? Was this a place where they could shout and yell? Yi Qingniu's eyes suddenly bulged, and the expressions of the people beside him also changed. How many years had it been since anyone had spoken to them so rudely? Telling them to get lost was one thing, but they actually said that they would kill them? Yi Qingniu almost went berserk. However, it was clear that these people weren't fools. Saber Emperor's gaze became even colder as he looked at the huge man, and he hurriedly transmitted a message to Yi Qingniu, telling him not to act rashly. Not to mention that they were unfamiliar with this place, even these 2 experts weren't people they could deal with. Milord. The Island Lord of Hidden Island took a step forward, took out a pink token from his spatial ring, and said to the 2 huge men, "Can you teleport me to Rain Butterfly Island?" When the 2 experts saw Yi Qingniu's expression, their expressions became even colder. They originally wanted to teach these country bumpkins who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Seeing this token, a trace of astonishment flashed in their eyes. One of the huge men opened his hand, took the token, and examined it. Only then did he nod at the other expert. The expressions of the 2 experts instantly changed. The gloominess on their faces disappeared, and a smile appeared on their faces. The speed at which their expressions changed was breathtaking. They said very politely, "This is indeed the token of the Rain Butterfly Island. Everyone can teleport to the Rain Butterfly Island." The Rain Butterfly clan was one of the most ancient and powerful clans in the divine realm. Their king was a famous supreme expert in the divine realm. How could 2 insignificant god kings like them dare to offend them? The token of the Rain Butterfly clan wouldn't be given out carelessly. These country bumpkins who looked like trash were actually related to the Rain Butterfly clan. They naturally didn't dare to be disrespectful. Chapter 684. They won't go to the Rain Butterfly Island. Old friends, long time no see. At this time, the teleportation array on the left suddenly lit up. With a flash of white light, a woman in white suddenly appeared in the teleportation array. What terrified the 2 silver-haired men was that the lady was holding a black token in her hand. When the 2 of them saw the black token, they immediately stood up in fear. Then, they quickly knelt on one knee and cried out in a deep voice, "We pay our respects to Milord." The woman was dressed in white and looked very beautiful. She had a faint smile on her face, and her whole body exuded an elegant temperament. The token was black and seemed to be made of a very special material. The word "Misty" was engraved on it in flamboyant calligraphy. The 2 guards knelt on the ground in incomparable fear. At this moment, they wished they could slap themselves. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that this group of trash who basically refined divine crystals, this group of small martial artists who looked no different from country bumpkins, actually had such a great background. It was fine if they were related to the Rain Butterfly clan, but unexpectedly, they were related to the Misty City. The Misty City represented the will of the Misty Sovereign. On the Misty Continent, the will of the Misty Sovereign couldn't be defied. Just now, they had actually cursed the guests of the Misty City and arrogantly said that they would kill them. Thinking of this, the two guards' hearts trembled slightly. Any random person from the floating city could easily kill the two of them with just a single word. You are? The 6 people looked at the 2 guards who had been arrogant a moment ago and now knelt on the ground in incomparable fear. They blinked their eyes, not understanding what had happened. Finally, the 6 people locked their eyes on the woman in white. But no matter how they looked, they couldn't remember who she was. Old friends? Since when did they have such an awesome old friend? Hee, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Don't you recognize me? Island Lord, Saber Emperor, Yi Qingnyo, Yu Qingsheng, Yi Qinggu, Yi Qingyu, I remember each and every one of you very clearly. The woman smiled and looked at them one by one, calling out in a very friendly and familiar manner. You are Madame Jiao? Yu Qingsheng was the first to react. Because Madame Jiao had once saved her life from the Golden Horn clan, and she had also stayed on the Purple Island for a period of time. But she still asked with uncertainty. Little Qingsheng became a deity in such a short period of time. She is truly a heaven-defying genius. The person who came was Nine-Tailed Fox. After transforming into a human, her appearance was naturally different. Even her voice had changed slightly after more than a decade. It was no wonder that no one could tell. The rest of the people came to their senses and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Ninth Lord. Alright, let's chat later. We'll take you to Soul Eater City first. My lord is waiting for you in the city. Nine-Tailed Fox. She had been in the immortal world for so many years, and this was the first time she had seen an acquaintance from the Flame Dragon continent. She was in a good mood, and her eyes were full of smiles. However, she saw that the hidden Island Lord's expression was a bit awkward and conflicted. She rolled her eyes and knew what he was thinking. She chuckled and said, of course, if the Island Lord is worried about young Lady Ling, you can also go to the Rain Butterfly Island to take a look. Young Lady Ling has now become the princess of the Rain Butterfly clan. I'm sure she will be very happy to see you. Furthermore, there is a teleportation array on the island. If you want to find us in the future, you can directly teleport to Soul Eater City. Yeah, guys, I'm really worried about my adopted granddaughter. How about I go there first, then I'll find you guys later. The hidden Island Lord was a little ashamed as he looked at them. However, they didn't mind it too much. Anyway, they all knew that the reason why he had come to the immortal world was to worry about Ling. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and teleport. After the discussion was done, Nine-Tailed Fox turned around and looked at the 2 God King Realm guards. Although her tone was faint, it had an invisible pressure. She had followed Lord Devour to the immortal world for so many years, and she had seen many big scenes. Of course, she didn't care about these 2 little God King Realm guards. The teleportation array was divided into 2 parts. First, the hidden Island Lord would be teleported to the Rain Butterfly Island, and then the others would be teleported to Soul Eater City. Watching the group of people disappear into the teleportation array, the 2 wiped the cold sweat on their faces and sighed. Not only did this group of country bumpkins have a relationship with the princess of the Rain Butterfly clan, but they also had a relationship with the Ethereal City and Soul Eater City. They were lucky that they weren't enraged. Otherwise, they didn't know if they could keep their lives. At the northernmost part of the Ethereal Mansion, by the Wandering Sea, stood a majestic city, Soul Eater City. The Soul Eater City was built by the sea, and half of the city was suspended above the sea. Standing in the northern part of the city, one could see the seawater constantly beating on the city's foundation. It wasn't a building that could be suspended above the water. It was half of the city. Because of the ebb and flow of the tide below, the crashing of the waves gave off a strange sound. This sound was very strange. It didn't have the mockery of the crashing of the waves. Instead, it sounded like a very pleasing sound, and it also had the effect of calming one's mind. At the same time, the entire city would have a faint mist rising from time to time, making the Soul Eater city look like an immortal palace with an immortal aura. The strange layout of the Soul Eater city was a marvel in the entire misty continent, and it was even famous in the immortal world. Along with this city, there was also a beautiful legend. It was said that although the Soul Eater city was by the sea, it wasn't suspended in the air like this. Soul Eater city wasn't as big, beautiful, or magical as it was now. Until the previous Soul Eater city lord, the Soul Emperor, took over. His beloved wife said that the Soul Eater city wasn't beautiful enough, and the Soul Emperor spent trillions of divine stones and hundreds of years to rebuild the Soul Eater city into this. For a woman, he rebuilt a city, spending trillions of divine stones. What kind of infatuation was that? What kind of courage was that? What kind of wealth was that? Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, the Soul Eater city was very famous now. Wang. At this moment, the largest teleportation formation in soul-devouring city's plaza lit up. The guards guarding the teleportation formation all tensed up. This was the largest teleportation formation, and usually only the 108 main cities of the ethereal mansion would use this teleportation formation. Could it be that some big shot had come? The rainbow light gradually dissipated, revealing a total of 6 men and women. The guards frowned in confusion. These people didn't seem to have a high cultivation level. How could they have the ability to use such a large teleportation formation? However, when they saw the white-clothed woman who walked out first, their confusion was no longer on their faces. Instead, they became incomparably respectful. "Greetings, Ninth Lady." Hundreds of people cupped their fists and shouted in unison. Many of them were God King experts. However, they all knew that although this woman was only at the first level of the divine general realm, she was one of the closest people to the mansion lord. "Oh, Yi Qing, Niu, Yu Qingcheng," and the others exchanged looks, a trace of astonishment in their eyes. They could easily sense the incomparably powerful strength of these hundreds of people, but why were they so respectful to Ninth Lady? Combined with the scene on the ascension platform, the 5 of them were shocked. This Lord Devour was actually so awesome in the divine world? Chapter 685. His lordship is really strong. You'll know later. Let's go. Lord Jiu turned to look at their faces, guessing what they were thinking. She sent a message to them and then walked forward. Swoosh. At this moment, an air-piercing sound came from the front, which caught people's attention. It wasn't their fault that they reacted so fast. It was because the person's entrance was too eye-catching that people couldn't help but notice. A celestial horse was flying fast from a distance. It was a divine steed with a pair of wings on its back, radiating soft divine light. Someone was riding on the horse, wearing white armor and holding a silver spear. He was so handsome that only one word could describe him. Wow! It's his lordship, King Yi. He's so handsome. I'm going to faint for a while. King Yi, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Along with King Yi's appearance, the entire square was filled with the sound of horns and countless infatuated girls confessing their love to him. King Yi didn't even give them a glance. His eyes were hot, gazing at Lord Jiu. The heat in his eyes was enough to evaporate the wandering sea. Saber Emperor and Yi Qingniu exchanged looks, laughing. They had seen this person before. He had been to the Fire Dragon continent that year, and he had called Lord Devour Big Sister. Yu Qingcheng and the other 2 looked at each other, their eyes filled with longing. Thinking back to the past, Yi Qinghan's pretentious manner was much more creative than this divine king's. Sigh, this again. Nine-tailed Fox sighed reluctantly. As soon as she came to the divine world, King Yi had been pestering her. She knew clearly that King Yi was famous for being a playboy. Of course, she wouldn't be fooled. Fortunately, Lord Devour was there to help her. However, whenever she saw King Yi's flashy way of courting, Nine-tailed Fox still felt a headache. Little plan, this King Yi has finally reached the peak of God King realm. I've been cultivating in seclusion for several years, but each day feels like a year to me. You don't know how hard it is to live without you. Princey waved his hand in the air. His body floated up and he stepped on his horse, flying towards the crowd in a carefree manner. While he was in midair, he pulled out a bouquet of roses like a magic trick. His starry eyes looked at Lord Jiu leisurely. "Congratulations, Your Excellency Prince E. Well, there are a few guests in my hometown. Your Excellency is waiting to see them. I'll leave first, Your Excellency Prince E." Nine-tailed Fox smiled bitterly and bowed to Prince E. She then quickly walked to the side. She couldn't afford to offend Prince E, so she could only avoid him. "From your hometown? Isn't your hometown my eldest sister's hometown?" "Waha, we're on the same side." Hello everyone. Come here, this way please. I'll lead the way for you." When Prince E saw Lord Jiu running away, he wanted to chase after her. But when he heard Lord Jiu's words, he found that there were 5 people standing beside her. When he glanced at them, he was stunned. Especially when he saw Yu Qingqing's fairy-like temperament, he smiled eagerly. "Lord Prince E, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't try anything funny. These 3 are the wives of Lord Xiao Hei's eldest brother. If you want to be thrown into the sea and be confined for 1,000 years, you can flirt with them." Nine-tailed Fox also realized that it was rude of her to run away subconsciously. She stopped in her tracks but saw that Prince E was staring at the 3 of them. She hurriedly reminded him through telepathy. Hearing Lord Jiu's telepathy, the smile on Prince Yi's face suddenly froze. Who was Lord Xiao Hei? Although he had never seen him in person, he knew very well that he was the son of the Soul Emperor. Since he could become Xiao Hei's eldest brother and his stubborn eldest sister didn't object, he must be a very powerful person. His eldest sister had always been very respectful to the Soul Emperor. If she knew that he had any funny ideas about these 3 people, she would skin him alive. Nine-tailed Fox hurriedly gave them a look and left Prince E, who was in a daze, to walk quickly into the Castellan's residence. The 5 of them curiously sized up this majestic soul-eater city. Finally, they followed Lord Jiu in a daze and came to a huge castle. There were guards outside the door but they didn't dare to say anything when they saw Lord Jiu. They just bowed respectfully. The 6 of them walked inside and went straight up to the 6th floor. There was only one door on the 6th floor. After the 5 of them walked in, they didn't see the luxurious palace that they had imagined. Instead, they saw a rooftop. Saber Emperor looked at the scenery in front of him and felt a sense of familiarity. The layout of this rooftop was exactly the same as the layout of the Dark Castle. The same countless fresh flowers, the same grape trellis full of lush green grapes, the same red figure sitting under the grape trellis with his back facing everyone, quietly reading a book. If it wasn't for the magnificent wandering sea, Saber Emperor would have thought that he had come to the rooftop of the Dark Castle. "Greetings, Lord." After the 6 of them had saluted, the red figure stood up and turned around, revealing the familiar face of Lord Devour. However, Lord Devour used to be cold, but this time, it was the first time he smiled warmly at them. "Welcome to the divine world." Although there was only a faint smile on Lord Devour's face, people felt warm in their hearts. Yu Qingqing, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu felt like they had found their elders. Tears rolled down their cheeks, then they kneeled down in front of Lord Devour. They didn't say anything, just kowtowing to him. After kowtowing 9 times, they lifted their heads, their eyes sparkling with tears as they quietly looked at Lord Devour. Lord, Yi Qingmyo and Saber Emperor also looked at Lord Devour nervously. Their faces were so solemn as they looked at Lord Devour. "Get up," Lord Devour said faintly. He swung his hand, and a milky white airflow emerged from the 3 women's legs, lifting them up. He knew what they were asking for. Yi Qingmyo and Saber Emperor were waiting for something. After a while of silence, they said, "I know where Yi Qinghan is. But, you can't see him now." The eyes of the 5 of them brightened. They knew where Yi Qinghan was. Did it mean that Yi Qinghan was alright? As long as he was alright, it was good. The 3 women exhaled in relief. However, recalling the inexplicable palpitation they had in the chilling heart pavilion, and hearing that they couldn't see him now, they were worried. Yu Qingqing bowed to him and asked, Lord, can you tell us where Qing Han is? If it's not convenient for you, we can find him alone. You can't find him. The divine world is so vast. With your low competence, I'm sure you'll die within 2 hours after you leave the soul-devouring city. I won't tell you where Yi Qing Han is, but I can assure you that he's still alive. The only thing you can do is to cultivate and become stronger. Then, you can help Yi Qing Han. Lord Devour's voice was still faint, but it was so sure that no one would doubt him. Phew, hearing Lord Devour's absolute guarantee, they exhaled in relief. A character like Lord Devour, of course, wouldn't tell lies. However, Madame Jiao was skeptical. Yi Qing Han had fallen into the sealed God Valley, which was an isolated world. How could Lord Devour know that Yi Qing Han was still alive? Was her supernatural power strong enough to predict the heaven's will? Lord, how long do we need to wait? Yu Qingqing pondered for a while, then asked stubbornly. How long? Lord Devour squinted, looking at the vast sea far from them. Then, he turned to Yu Qingqing and said, Wait until your divine sound law reaches the God Emperor realm. At that time, Yi Qing Han will come back. Chapter 686. God Emperor Realm. The five dropped their jaws. After confirming that Lord Devour wasn't joking, their faces turned bitter. God Emperor Realm. Yu Qingqing was at the first heavenly God realm. It was hard to say if she could reach the God General realm or the King God realm. Lord Devour asked for God Emperor realm. Even if Yu Qingqing could reach the God Emperor realm, how many years would it take? 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? Lord, please, Yi Qingyu was hurried. She wanted to kneel down to beg Lord Devour one more time. However, before she could do that, an invisible flow of air covered her body. Lord Devour turned around and sat down, waving his hand. Don't play this trick with me. You guys can find it yourselves, or you can stay in the castle. If you want to find it yourselves, I won't give you any help. That's it. Joe, take them away. Thank you, Lord. We're leaving now. As they saw Lord Devour being so cold and overbearing, they didn't say anything else. No matter what, Lord Devour didn't owe them anything. On the contrary, she had asked Madame Jiao to bring them here, which was already a big favor. The five of them could only sigh, exchanging looks. They decided to stay in the soul-devouring city to investigate the God world first. Then, they would decide what to do next. Madame Jiao received Lord Devour's secret message. She arranged for the five of them to stay on the 4th floor of the City Master Palace and gave each of them a token, which allowed them to move freely in the City Master Palace. After arranging the five of them, Madame Jiao walked to the rooftop alone. She bowed to Lord Devour but didn't say anything. She stood quietly behind her, her eyes complicated. From time to time, she glanced at Lord Devour's back. Jiao, don't hold it in. If you have something to say, ask. Lord Devour found it funny and annoying at the same time. He turned to look at Lord Devour. Jiao. Why did you ask them to come to the God world? Madame Jiao smiled embarrassedly. She didn't evade, asking directly. Madame Jiao understood the three women's feelings for Yi Qing Han. It was okay in the Fire Dragon continent. Without any definite news, they wouldn't act rashly. If they were to find out about Yi Qing Han's situation, the three of them would probably jump down the sealed God Valley without any hesitation. Moreover, if Lord Devour hadn't arranged for him to pick them up in time, it was hard to say whether they could survive in the divine world. In this world, there are a few kinds of people who are very powerful. For example, a filial son who recognizes the murderer as his father when his family is killed, and a crazy woman who has lost her mind because of love. The three of them belong to the second type. Lord Devour took a sip of tea and didn't answer Nine-Tailed Fox's question. Instead, he smiled faintly and turned to look at the wandering sea. After a while, he continued, Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu aren't talented enough. That's why they haven't achieved much in their lives. However, Yu Qingqing is different. At such a young age, she managed to cultivate to the deity level through some fortuitous encounter. Most importantly, she has comprehended the law of divine sound. Her talent can be said to be much stronger than Yichinghan's. Even in the immortal realm, she can be considered a peerless genius. So, I want to nurture her. Create? Nine-tailed fox nodded faintly. However, her brows furrowed even tighter. You want to nurture Yichinghan, but in the end, you didn't even know whether he was alive or dead. And now, you want to nurture his wife. Lord Devour had told her that she had a formidable enemy. He wanted to nurture Yichinghan to help her. But now, it seemed that Yichinghan didn't have much hope of walking out alive. Lord Devour wanted to nurture Yichingcheng. She didn't understand. Lord Devour was so strong. Even she couldn't deal with his enemy. How could Yichinghan and Yichingcheng help him? Moreover, if he had an enemy, it was fine that he had hidden in the Fire Dragon continent. But now, Lord Devour had appeared in the divine world. Why didn't his enemy come to him? Lord, is what you told them true? Nine-tailed fox pondered for a while, but she couldn't figure it out. She decided not to ask anymore, asking a vague question. What Lord Jiu wanted to ask was, of course, the news that Lord Devour had told her that Yichinghan was still alive. She was skeptical. The God's Sealing Valley was a strange place. No matter how strong Lord Devour was, he wasn't an omnipotent God Emperor. How could she be so sure? When have you ever seen me lie? It's not good for you to know too much. Go and tell the others. Don't care about the 5 of them. Except for their daily needs, don't give them even one divine stone. Let Yichingcheng die. Go and find Yichinghan's heart. You can leave now. Lord Devour coldly glared at her. Lord Jiu shivered inwardly. She knew that Lord Devour blamed her for doubting her. She didn't dare to say more, bowed to him, and left to arrange. Actually, Lord Jiu didn't need Lord Jiu's message. Many big characters in the soul-devouring city knew about Yichingcheng's group. The ones that Lord Jiu had to pick up weren't ordinary people. Although the door to the rooftop didn't have any mechanism, and they could enter by pushing it, not everyone could get in. Moreover, they had stayed on the rooftop for a long time. When they got down, they were arranged to stay on the 4th floor. It was really extraordinary. In the Palace Masters Challenge competition, Lord Devour had fought against several god emperors alone, including an 8th grade war god. Eventually, those people had left. However, Lord Devour was still sitting under the grape trellis, sipping his tea and reading a book in silence. At the same time, when the soul-devouring city was famous, the elders and the patriarchs of the families in the city were panic-stricken. Although they didn't know why, several thousand years ago, when the Soul Emperor had died, Lord Devour had only the competence of a 7th grade war god. Moreover, he was the weakest among all the 7th grade experts. How did he become so powerful in just a few thousand years after returning from a trip to his hometown? But it didn't affect their respect and fear for Lord Devour. Now, Lord Devour's people had come to his hometown, and they were the ones he valued the most. The big characters in the city had to pay attention to them, even though the 5 of them were trash who had refined divine crystals. However, before they could take action, Lord Jiu had brought Lord Devour's decree, which was strange and inexplicable. Yichingmyo's group of 5 stayed on the 4th floor of the city master's palace, enjoying the super treatment that they had never dreamed of. When they entered the city master's palace, they were greeted with many respectful smiles. Even the high and mighty god emperors treated them with respect and politeness. However, after 1 month, the 5 of them became more and more helpless, colder and colder. In the city, every warrior treated them with respect, and they had also inquired about many things about the divine realm. The 5 of them hadn't passed the tribe's training, so they didn't have the divine realm badge. Moreover, it seemed that Lord Devour didn't want to give them any. In other words, if they left the soul-devouring city, they would be torn apart by the demonic beasts, or killed by the guards in other cities. In other words, besides the soul-devouring city, they couldn't go anywhere, and, when they asked about Yichinghan, the people in the city didn't know anything, and Lord Jiu didn't say a word. They didn't know what Lord Devour wanted, but they knew that besides following Lord Devour's order, they had no other choice. Lord, if I cultivate to the God Emperor realm, can you guarantee that Qinghan will come back? Yu Qingxing gritted her teeth, walking to the rooftop and asking Lord Devour. I'm sure that when you break through to the God Emperor realm, you guys will see Qinghan. Lord Devour said resolutely. Looking at the wandering sea, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile like a cunning old fox. All right. Yu Qingxing also smiled, but her smile was a little bitter. Her peach-colored palace dress was fluttering in the sea breeze, and the tacky peach blossom on her head was also swaying in the wind. It reflected off the hundreds of flowers on the rooftop, and it actually looked so poignant and beautiful. Chapter 687. Compared to Yu Qingxing and the others, Yi Yaorao was in more pain. She knew that Yi Qinghan was in the nearby Rain Emperor Mountain, but she couldn't find him. Most importantly, ever since Yi Qinghan joined the 15th battle, there was no news about him. She was worried. She had thought of going to Rain Emperor Mountain, but the Forgotten Land was huge. She didn't know if she could reach Rain Emperor Mountain alive. Most importantly, Emperor God Xiu Feng had sent someone to watch over her. She wasn't afraid of death, but she couldn't die before she was sure if Yi Qinghan was alive. Hence, she had been holding on and hoping for a miracle. However, she felt her body getting weaker and weaker. She wasn't sure how long she could hold on. How is it? 1086, what do you think? A warrior walked into the cave. It wasn't Emperor God Xiu Feng but the beautiful woman next to him. After Emperor God Xiu Feng was given the cold shoulder by Yi Yaorao, he, of course, wouldn't stick out his warm face to be snubbed. Instead, he took a roundabout approach and let the woman persuade Yi Yaorao. Yi Yaorao looked at the beautiful woman coldly and closed her eyes without saying a word. Sister, why do you have to do this? The beautiful woman saw Yi Yaorao's pale face and knew that she was holding on. Back then, she was so stubborn. However, she was so weak that she couldn't even open her eyes. When she smelled the aura of Netherworld, she came to her senses. She only had one life. If she died, she would have nothing. There were some things that would be fine as long as she let go. Living a good life was the truth, wasn't it? In the divine world, the strong preyed on the weak. As long as you were powerful enough, you could do anything you wanted. Wasn't suffering humiliation so that you could enjoy a better life in the future? At most, she could let a few hundred handsome young men lick her every day. Seeing that Yi Yaorao's eyes were still closed, the beautiful woman sighed again and persuaded, Sister, I have been through this. Back then, I insisted on my principles too. However, if you want to live a better life in this world and do something, you have to compromise. A temporary sacrifice is for the future. Yi Yaorao was also quietly sitting with her legs crossed. She seemed so weak that she had fallen asleep. Sister, let me give you a good idea. Actually, you can be flexible. You can let the adults help you get to the second floor first. Just say that you need to think about it and slowly drag it out, right? Let's survive first. We can slowly think of a way later, right? The bewitching woman did not seem to give up. She continued to quack like a duck and kept muttering in Yi Yaorao's ears. However, these words were transmitted to him in a rather mysterious manner. This method seemed to be helping Yi Yaorao, but she knew that once a woman compromised, they would continue to compromise. Since this was the first time, it didn't matter if he did it a few more times. As long as Yi Yaorao dared to accept his kindness, she would still obediently take off her skirt and raise her butt. When the beautiful woman saw that Yi Yaorao's eyes were still closed, she smiled bitterly and stood up to walk out. However, when she reached the entrance of the cave, she heard a cold voice, I can consider it. The gorgeous woman's footsteps came to a halt as a smile appeared on her face. She sneered coldly in her heart. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Women, as long as you take a step back, you will have to take countless steps back. Although she despised her, she still put on a smile and assured Yi Yaorao. Then, she went to the second floor to report the good news to Emperor God Xiaofeng. Yi Yaorao opened her eyes with difficulty and revealed a cold smile. Of course, she was not compromising. Yi Qinghan had said that some principles should not be violated. However, the means could be changed. Qinghan, where are you? Are you still alive? I can't hold on for long. If you appear again and I can't find you, I can only die first. Yi Yaorao sighed and closed her eyes. Yi Yaorao sighed softly and closed her eyes. She knew that the second floor would not be life-threatening for the time being. However, Emperor God Xiaofeng would definitely press on. Once he crossed the bottom line, she could only die. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know that his 3 wives had come to the divine world from the faraway fire dragon continent to look for him. He also didn't know that Yi Yaorao was struggling in the Forgotten Land. He only knew that he was going to be rich. His soul became 2. So far, he didn't find any hidden dangers. Instead, he found great benefits. In just 1 month, he had successfully cultivated the soul quieting technique to the 3rd level. If the soul cultivators in the divine world knew about this, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would drop to the ground. The soul quieting technique was the foundation of the soul cultivators. Without cultivating the soul quieting technique, one's soul couldn't grow quickly. After reaching the Divine King realm, every increase in the soul level would require a soul that was dozens of times stronger than before. Without the soul quieting technique, it would be harder to improve the soul to the 2nd level of the Divine King realm. The 2nd level to the 3rd level of the soul quieting technique was the most difficult to cultivate. Many soul cultivators were stuck at the 2nd level for hundreds of thousands of years. Only when their minds were numb and they had no desires, did they manage to enter the 3rd level. However, once they broke through the 3rd level, it was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. The 3rd level allowed one to enter the soul quieting technique. Being passive and being active were 2 completely different concepts. Being passive was something that happened by chance. Perhaps one could enter it 2 or 3 times a month, or perhaps only once every several tens of thousands of years. But being active was different. Although one couldn't enter the 3rd level at any time, it was different if one could enter it once every 10 times. Entering this state, one's soul could continuously grow, and one's divine power could also slowly grow. The speed of comprehending laws was also several times faster. Therefore, soul cultivators normally wouldn't let their law realm cultivation speed up. Instead, they would accompany the growth of their soul while comprehending laws. When the soul was strong enough, the speed of comprehension and deduction would be several times faster. It would be much easier to raise one's law realm. Moreover, soul cultivators were used to using their souls to attack their enemies due to their powerful souls. Soul attacks were silent, unpredictable, and impossible to guard against. They had all tasted the power of soul attacks. Normally, they didn't like to use laws to attack, so they weren't particularly interested in cultivating laws. Holy shit, this feels great. With this soul quieting technique and this freakish soul, reaching the Divine King realm is no longer a dream. Yi Qinghan revealed a brilliant smile. His eyes were also shining brightly. He was in an extremely good mood. These 2 freakish souls could increase his comprehension speed by 3 times, and the soul quieting technique could increase it by 2 or 3 times. Furthermore, there was the Rain Emperor's cultivation diagram here. The speed at which he comprehended the laws was more than 10 times faster than others. Even if Yi Qinghan's innate talent was slow, under such good conditions, his speed at comprehending the laws would still skyrocket. Cultivate, cultivate. I have to reach the Divine King realm as soon as possible. Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate for long. His eyes shone brightly, and he locked onto the white wall opposite him. He started to comprehend the Rain Emperor's cultivation diagram. He was like a child, afraid that the freakish soul in his head would disappear. He first comprehended more laws at the fastest speed and raised his strength before anything else. Boss is so hardworking. I'm so bored. I'll cultivate too. Xiao He lay at the side and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't know if it was because of Yi Qinghan's influence, or because he was in this strange training room number 1, but he actually started cultivating obediently for the first time. Chapter 688. Yi Qinghan stayed in the number 1 training room for 3 months and didn't come out. When concubine Lan heard Wu Shan's report, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect that her subconscious actions shocked Wu Shan even more. Concubine Lan had been the manager of the 2nd floor for so many years, but he had never seen her change her expression before. She was always indifferent, and even when she smiled, she seemed to be 1,000 miles away from people. He didn't expect that she would often lose her composure because of Yi Qinghan. This was the first time he had seen her raise her eyebrows in the tens of thousands of years he had known her. Yes, many members of the 2nd floor expressed some doubts about this. Although Lord Long Ni and the others didn't say anything, they also expressed some puzzlement. Although Wu Shan was shocked, he didn't show it on his face. However, he was more certain that the relationship between Yi Qinghan and concubine Lan was not ordinary. At the same time, he tactfully expressed some of his worries. He could ignore the captains of the 2nd floor, but Long Ni and the other experts could pass the message to the higher-ups. If it was passed to the Rain Emperor, it wouldn't be a fun matter. Doubts? Puzzlement? It's doubt and dissatisfaction. Concubine Lan sneered and waved her hand to let Wu Shan leave. She didn't even give him an explanation. She was extremely overbearing. Her attitude was very clear. If the warriors of the 2nd floor wanted to make trouble, they could do it. If Long Ni and the others wanted to pass the message, they could do it. She didn't even bother to explain. It was obvious that she disdained and connived with Yi Qinghan. Wu Shan left in silence, but he had more doubts in his heart. Who was behind concubine Lan? Could it be the Rain Emperor? After thinking about it, Wu Shan's heart trembled. It was really possible. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain concubine Lan's arrogant behavior. However, he heard that the Rain Emperor was a woman. Back then, she also fell into the God-Sealing Valley alone without bringing her friends and subordinates. Could they be lesbians? Of course, concubine Lan didn't know that Wu Shan was thinking about dirty things at the moment. Her beautiful light eyebrows slightly curled up, but her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She thought that since Yi Qinghan wanted to take her down so badly, he would either go to the 5 Emperors Mountain to have a look after his injuries had healed, or he would come and pester her for a while. Who would have thought that he would immediately go into seclusion after recovering from his injuries? He didn't even care about the gazes of the people around him and was having fun by himself. This little man was indeed a little special. Concubine Lan thought to herself. She thought of that stubborn figure, that overbearing tone, and that lingering wet kiss. The corners of her mouth curled up inadvertently. I've been bored for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Isn't it quite fun to have such a little guy? Power of space, space ripple, space freeze, space lock, space shake. Above the 2 soul seas in Yi Qinghan's head, 2 miniature Yi Qinghan silhouettes were standing there. Each of Yi Qinghan's silhouettes was taking turns to cast all kinds of profound mysteries of space. He listened to the Ox-Head God King's words, and decided to continuously familiarize himself with the 5 fundamental mysteries, to let them become familiar with it to the point where they could leave. Of course, he would not forget the benefits of having 2 souls. Both souls were simulating and practicing at the same time. They were comparing, and verifying with each other. In this way, it would be easier to find the connection and fit between the 2. From there, he would find the fusion point. As long as he could fuse a trace of it, it would be easy to deal with it in the future. Moreover, every time he comprehended something, he would enter a state of soul stillness. Every time he comprehended something, he would look at the beautiful woman dancing sword painting, when he felt that there was no inspiration. He knew very well how precious that painting was. If he could comprehend a little bit of it, he might be able to fuse a basic profound mystery into the entry level. Oh, I should have thought of that. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan suddenly slapped his head and let out a loud cry. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with smiles and a bright light. Space lock can lock a small part of space, and space freeze can make that part of space still. When the two are fused, the space will be more stable, and it will be easier to trap the enemy. When space lock and space freeze are fused, let's call it space freeze lock. After only 3 months of closed-door training, he had completed the cultivation of the soul stillness technique and had already reached the entry level of a basic profound mystery. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. With the soul stillness technique in his freakish soul, his comprehension speed was really fast. Not to mention anything else, just the simultaneous practice of two souls, comparing and verifying with each other, was something that no one in the immortal realm could do. How could his comprehension speed not be fast? He stretched and stood up. Seeing that Xiao He was not snoring, he was a little surprised. Using his soul to sense, he found that Xiao He was actually cultivating, and at a very deep level at that. His soul detection actually did not disturb him. Smiling, he directly put him into the beast space and let him continue cultivating. Then, he walked out. While cultivating, he thought of something. He had forgotten about someone, the Oxhead Divine King. The Oxhead Divine King was a good person, and Yi Qinghan had promised him that he would think of a way to bring him up to the second floor. If he couldn't do it, he had plenty of holy fruits now, so it would not hurt to give him some every month. Walking on the second floor, Yi Qinghan did not want to disturb concubine Lan. Instead, he walked to Wu Shan. Wu Shan's attitude towards him was good, and he was the commander of the second floor. It was best to go to him to get some information. However, as he walked, he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the way the warriors on the second floor looked at him. In the past, they were respectful and surprised, but now there was a hint of jealousy and disdain in addition to respect. He had been cultivating in the training room. He did not offend anyone, did he? Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled, but he did not think too much about it. He did not rely on them to make a living now, and concubine Lan had promised that she would not make things difficult for him. It did not matter what others thought of him. When he walked to a long corridor and reached a crossroads, Yi Qinghan saw two warriors in front of him looking at him coldly. There was even an obvious mocking smile at the corner of their mouths. He was slightly stunned and turned to the left in a daze. Unexpectedly, he bumped into a huge wall, which made him stagger. The huge recoil forced him to take several steps back in a row. Humph, are you blind? Just as Yi Qinghan stared at the huge wall, the opposite wall spoke. The sound was like thunder in the middle of the night, causing Yi Qinghan's eardrums to explode in pain. It also woke up the nearby warriors. When they clearly heard the contents of the conversation and saw the wall and Yi Qinghan, they all revealed expressions of schadenfreude in their eyes and surrounded him. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes and looked at the huge man in front of him. The huge man was at least 3 meters tall and looked abnormally muscular. His entire body was covered in long hair and there was a rhinoceros-like horn on his head. He knew very well that even if he was distracted, it was impossible that he did not notice such an expert coming. The only explanation was that the giant man on the opposite side deliberately restrained his breath and bumped into him directly. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency. I was in a hurry and didn't see clearly." Although Yi Qinghan knew that the other party did it on purpose, he knew that the strength of the martial artist on the opposite side was obviously above the God-King realm. He was not clear about the distribution of forces on the second floor. Although he had concubine land support, it was better not to be nosy. So he lowered his head and apologized. "Sorry? Do you think it's enough to say sorry after bumping into me? I'll sleep with your wife and then apologize to you. How about that?" The giant man obviously did not want to give up. With a cold light in his eyes, he shook his body and directly shrouded Yi Qinghan. He shouted in a deep voice, "Kneel down." Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed even more, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Those who were familiar with him would know that he was already extremely angry. This person actually dared to use his wife as a joke. This had already made him want to kill. He glanced at the giant man and then at the surrounding warriors. Finally, he saw Wu Shan in a hurry from afar. He smiled brightly and said, "I'm ashamed, I don't have the habit of kneeling. I don't know how to kneel." Why don't you imitate it for me? Chapter 689. Wow. As soon as Yi Qinghan's words fell, there was an uproar. Countless squad leaders and the cultivators living on the second floor had fiery gazes. Originally, when Yi Qinghan apologized in a low-key manner, they were a little bored and didn't think that there would be a good show to watch. But now, in the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan was like a tiger whose tail had been bitten. Yi Qinghan didn't know who this man was or why he came to pick a fight, but many people here knew. The giant man was called Long Kuei, a warrior at the peak of the God King realm. However, he had refined divine crystals and his strength was around the first or second level of the God King realm. Warriors who refined divine crystals usually had a low status in the God realm. However, this Long Kuei was living a comfortable life on the second floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Why? His father, Long Ni, was the strongest warrior on the second floor. It was said that he was a 6th grade war god. However, why didn't he go to the 3rd or 4th floor? Instead, he stayed on the second floor. Everybody knew why he was picking a fight. It was probably Long Ni's idea. He hinted that his reckless son should teach Yi Qinghan a lesson. His main purpose was to warn concubine Lan, who was so arrogant because she had a backer. Don't think too highly of yourself. Concubine Lan was not the only one who had connections with the higher-ups. Yi Qinghan had never climbed the 5 Emperors Mountain. More importantly, he was only a first-level god general, but he enjoyed the same treatment as those old guys. They were already dissatisfied. They didn't expect that he could enter the number 1 practice room as he pleased and stay there for 3 months. Long Ni and the others felt like they were slapped in the face. That was why they behaved like this. Yi Qinghan didn't know the details. He only knew that this giant man, who looked like a gorilla, had successfully infuriated him. He had always been an amiable person and didn't like to cause trouble. However, that didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. Since he couldn't get out of this damned place anyway, he would die sooner or later. Therefore, he preferred a dignified death. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to refine divine crystals to make her breakthrough. But it didn't stop him from understanding the meaning behind Yi Qinghan's words. Therefore, his hairy face began to smile sinisterly. As the corners of his mouth curled up, the coarse hair on his face also began to tremble, becoming unusually ferocious. Little bastard, you mean, you want me to kneel down to you? I didn't say that, but if you want to kneel down in front of this young master should be able to accept it. Yi Qinghan's temper flared up, and he used his usual catchphrase. Hua, this time, Yi Qinghan's words caused an even greater shock. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at a dead man. Young master? If you're Long Kuei's young master, doesn't that make you Lord Long Ni's father? The father of a 6th grade war god, this young divine general was awesome. That was awesome. As soon as Yi Qinghan said those words, he also felt something was wrong. It wasn't because of the divine power rising from Long Kuei's body, nor was it because of the gazes. Instead, he saw Wu Shan turn into another passage and didn't even look in his direction, as if he didn't notice the conflict here. Of course, he knew that once a conflict broke out, it would be disadvantageous for him. Not to mention the fact that the gorilla divine king was 1 realm higher than him, and he certainly couldn't defeat him. Once the battle started, the higher-ups would try to take responsibility, and he would be the fool. The Rain Emperor Mountain didn't allow private battles. If there were conflicts, they could fight in the arena. If anyone dared to fight, it would be a challenge to the Rain Emperor's authority. Originally, when he saw Wu Shan, he thought that the gorilla wouldn't dare to attack him. But now, Wu Shan turned into another passage. If he was lucky enough to survive this battle, he was afraid that after the final investigation, all the surrounding warriors would prove that he was the one who provoked them. If the higher-ups were angry, he would die. Motherf *Ker. Seeing the murderous intent in Long Kuei's eyes, Yi Qinghan quickly emitted divine power from his hands. He felt the coldness in the eyes of the surrounding warriors. He cursed Wu Shan in his heart and shouted, "Wait! What? Are you scared? Long Kuei saw the flickering light in Yi Qinghan's eyes and saw his face change color. She thought that he was afraid of death and was going to give in and withdraw the divine power in his hands. Long Kuei actually didn't want to fight here. After all, if the Rain Emperor heard about this, Long Ni would definitely teach him a good lesson to protect him. Being bedridden for a few months would be a small matter. Long Ni only wanted him to lose some face, but he didn't want him to fight directly. Of course, he wanted to kill Yi Qinghan with one palm strike, but this brat was definitely not an idiot. He definitely wouldn't play with him on the arena. He laughed coldly and said, "Kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times. Call me Grandpa 3 times, and I will let this matter go." Hee hee. Although none of the nearby cultivators dared to openly help Long Kuei, many of them still chuckled when they saw this scene. Some of them even turned their heads and snickered inwardly. They didn't have the right to participate in the battle between the higher-ups of the big shots, but it wasn't wrong for them to just stand and watch. These small warriors weren't the only ones who had this idea. Wu Shan, the commander of the second floor, also had this idea. Although he was a commander and had a high status in front of others, he was nothing in front of the real big shots. He only had the strength of a 5th grade war god. Although the difference between 5th grade and 6th grade was only 1 grade, the difference between each grade above 5th grade was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, he was very clear that Long Ni had an elder brother who stayed on the 4th floor. He couldn't afford to play in the battle between the big shots, so he could only hide. He knew that he happened to come out just now and was definitely seen by Yi Qinghan, but there was nothing he could do. His eyes flickered for a while, and he walked toward Concubine Land's small hall. He had to ask for instructions from the leader first. If something happened, the leader would take care of it, right? As for whether Yi Qinghan would be smacked to death by Long Kuei before Concubine Lan could do anything, it was none of his business. However, he hadn't taken a few steps when he received a message in his ear, which made him stop in his tracks. After being stunned for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he resolutely turned around and ran back the way he came. "I'm ashamed. You misunderstood me again." Yi Qinghan laughed. Originally, he was going to reason with Long Kuei and talk about the rules, so that Long Kuei would be afraid and hesitate to make a move. However, judging from the situation, Long Kuei was simply a headless gorilla. Today, he was determined to play with him, and he didn't want to be played, so he had to fight. He stretched out a foot and stepped on the wall, but he pressed it very low. Looking at Long Kuei's huge body with a smile, he pointed at his crotch and said, "What I mean is, you can crawl over here, and I'll forget about what happened today." The crowd was dumbfounded and gasped. The disdain in their eyes disappeared, and some people's eyes flickered for a while, and they even began to retreat quietly. Long Kuei was arrogant, but this little warrior was dozens of times more arrogant than Long Kuei. If this person wasn't a fool or a lunatic, then he must have something to rely on. If he really had something to rely on, then it was so powerful that he didn't need to be afraid of Long Ni and the people behind him. Then they would have to consider the consequences of watching and making a scene. Chapter 690. Yi Qinghan's smile widened as he looked at Long Kuei's confused expression and the shocked and frightened gazes around him. "You dare to act like a fool in front of me?" This young master had grown up playing this game. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not have anyone to rely on. The only thing he could rely on was the mysterious Concubine Lan. He knew very well how powerful Concubine Lan was. She could go against the rules openly, enter the God General realm secretly, and not be discovered by the 5 guardians. She could see how precious the slaughter god saber was and was not greedy at all. How could she be an ordinary person? He did not know if Concubine Lan had a good impression of him, but he knew that she was very playful and wanted to kill him. Since she wanted to play, she would not allow anyone else to kill him first. Moreover, given the current situation, he had no way out. His pride prevented him from retreating, and his principles prevented him from retreating. If he retreated, would he still be Yi Qinghan? Then, he saw Wu Shan rushing over from afar, and his smile became even more radiant. It was obvious that Long Kuei did not like this radiant smile and the hand that was pointing at his crotch. She disliked it very much. Hence, he chose a very direct method. He made his move. He made his move in anger. A fiery red divine power bloomed in his hand like a ball of raging fire as he smashed it towards Yi Qinghan's radiant smile. He hated this smile so much that he wanted to smash this smiling face into a piece of minced meat. However, he was very confused. Why did this kid's smile not diminish when he saw his angry punch? He did not even move his body. Could this kid be an expert in disguise? However, his father had clearly told him that this kid's cultivation level was only at the first level of the God General realm. His doubts were answered in the next second. A light palm floated over and wrapped around his fist. It covered the ball of raging fire on his fist and pushed him back. Long Kuei, why are you fighting on Yudi Mountain? Wu Shan's face darkened. Of course, it was not because Long Kuei was fighting on the second level. It was because Concubine Lan had sent him a voice transmission, asking him to come and take a look. Concubine Lan's meaning was very general and vague, but he had to come. He knew that participating in the game between these big shots was not fun at all. Long Kuei was shocked to find that her hand had been grabbed by someone, and then she was sent flying. Although his strength was not high, those who dared to attack him were not ordinary people. When he saw that it was Wu Shan, he heaved a sigh of relief. Especially after hearing Wu Shan's words and seeing the look he was giving her, Long Kuei felt even more confident. Wu Shan was considered the leader of the second level in name. If an ordinary person wanted to use force, he wouldn't have scolded him in such a tactful manner. He would probably kill them right away. Most importantly, Wu Shan had winked at him. What did this mean? This meant that Wu Shan, this little commander, was still very afraid of his old man. It seemed like he wanted to be the peacemaker. Long Kuei was feeling a little proud of herself for figuring out so many things in the blink of an eye. But, a peacemaker? Can this matter end? Not only had this little bastard insulted him, but he had also insulted his father. Now, he was arrogantly asking him to crawl into his crotch. Uncle could tolerate this, but Aunt could not. Long Kuei quickly made up her mind. She was sure that even her father wouldn't let this matter rest. If he let this go, where would he put his face? Where would his father put his face? Where would his uncle, who lived on the fourth level, lose his face? Therefore, his face darkened. He stared at Wu Shan and said, "Commander Wu Shan, I will give you face. Get out of the way, and I will not let this go." What? Wu Shan blinked his eyes and looked at Long Kuei in disbelief. After a moment, he realized what was going on. He felt a pain in his ass, and his balls almost broke. He was cursing Long Ni in his mind. He was a wise man, but he had such a stupid son. Did he really think that the Rain Emperor Mountain belonged to the Long family? His gaze was clearly telling him that there were some things that he shouldn't do in public. Wasn't the Long family powerful? Do it in secret, don't drag me into it. He didn't expect this idiot to think that he was begging him. Was he afraid of his father? No matter what, he was the leader of the second level. How could he say that he was giving him face? If it weren't for his big brother, his face would be even worse than toilet paper in a latrine. Long Kuei, you dare? Don't blame me for being merciless. Since he didn't want to give him face, Wu Shan had to do the same. If he didn't act tough, Concubine Lan wouldn't be able to handle it. If he lost his reputation, how could he stay in the second level? Would he lose his position as the leader? Looking at the coldness in Wu Shan's eyes and the faint divine power in his hand, Long Kuei's face darkened. Even if he were an idiot, he knew that Wu Shan was really angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have released his divine power in front of everybody. Even an idiot could tell that Wu Shan was really angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have released his divine power in front of everybody. "Sir Wu Shan, this kid just said he's my grandpa. And he told me to crawl between his legs." Long Kuei glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was lazily standing behind him, and said to Wu Shan in a low voice. His meaning was clear. This wasn't just about his face, it was also about his father and his uncle's faces. His warning was obvious. Huh? Wu Shan looked at Yi Qinghan in astonishment. This brat really dared to stir up trouble. He could even stir up trouble. The person that concubine Lan fancied had guts. However, he was worried. Although concubine Lan was stronger than him and definitely had a powerful background, Long Ni also had a brother at the peak of the 6th grade war god level. That was the Rain Emperor's right-hand man. How could a small leader get involved in this matter? Long Kuei, don't blame me for not reminding you. This kid is someone that concubine Lan thinks highly of. Moreover, you put the matter on the table. Wu Shan laughed dryly. He turned around and blocked Yi Qinghan. His lips moved as he transmitted his voice to Long Kuei. Then, he gave Long Kuei a look and said coldly, I don't care what kind of conflict you have. If you have a conflict, fight it out in the arena. If you dare to cause trouble in the 2nd level, I won't be polite. It would have been better if Wu Shan hadn't mentioned concubine Lan. He was furious when he heard Long Kuei. Back then, he didn't need to refine the divine crystal at the peak of the divine king realm. However, his comprehension ability wasn't very high. If he wanted to comprehend the laws, it would probably take millions of years. His father spent a lot of effort for him. In the end, he had no choice but to beg concubine Lan to make an exception and let Long Kuei enter the first training room for a few more days every month. However, concubine Lan didn't give him any face and directly rejected him. This infuriated Long Ni. After he returned, he directly made Long Kuei refine the divine crystal. If he refined the divine crystal, he would be useless for the rest of his life. That was why Long Kuei and her father were so angry when they saw Yi Qinghan enjoying such treatment. The more Long Kuei thought about it, the angrier she became. When she saw Yi Qinghan standing there lazily, she couldn't help but become even more furious. She pointed a finger at Yi Qinghan and scolded, little bastard, aren't you just a little fairer and a little better at licking? What's so great about relying on women? Go up to the arena? A piece of trash like you wouldn't dare to fight me in the arena even if I gave you 100 guts. Chapter 691. Hiss, there was another gasp in the field, and everyone's faces darkened. Now, everyone looked at Long Kuei as if she were a dead person. Everyone knew that, relying on women was not a skill. Men who relied on their faces and tongues were even more shameful. Therefore, they all showed faint disdain towards Yi Qinghan. Of course, they also had the mentality of saying that the grapes were sour because they couldn't eat them. If concubine Lan was willing to let them lick her, countless tongues would reach out immediately. However, big brother, could you put this matter on the table? Needless to say, these words would reach concubine Lan's ears. With concubine Lan's domineering and ruthless character, it would be easy for her to kill you even if she couldn't touch your father. The corpses of the experts who had provoked concubine Lan in the past had not rotted yet. Wu Shan's face was very dark. He really wanted to slap this idiot to death. He even wondered if Long Ni's wife had cheated on him. This idiot actually dared to say it out loud. Most importantly, he even said it in front of him. Since concubine Lan had sent a voice transmission to him, her divine sense must have locked onto this place. Not only her, but Long Ni's divine sense had also locked onto this place. This. How could he respond? How could he deal with it? Wasn't this going to get him killed? There was a dead silence in the field. There was a dead silence. Even Long Kuei knew that he had gone too far. Her face was dark, and she didn't say a word. Wu Shan's eyes flickered as he thought about how to respond. The warriors next to him wanted to slap themselves. Why did they have to join in the fun? Now, they didn't know how to leave even if they wanted to. I like to lick this thing very much. But I don't have the habit of letting others lick me. I usually like it when others lick me. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded in the dead silence like a pool of stagnant water. It said a few words lightly. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people in the field instantly changed as if their fathers had died. Even Wu Shan wanted to slap himself. Motherf asterisk Ker, what the hell is this? Everyone's gazes locked onto the person who spoke. It was a young warrior with a very pale face and a very delicate appearance. 95-27, Yi Qinghan. The meaning of Yi Qinghan's words was obvious. He did not serve concubine Lan, but he liked concubine Lan serving him. Although there is no strong wind in the Forgotten Land, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Who do you think you are? Let concubine Lan give it to you, another idiot. Wu Shan looked at Yi Qinghan with a mournful expression, thinking, isn't this young man very sensible? What was going on today? Was she infected by that idiot Long Kuei? You think it's not messy enough? Or do you want to go to the netherworld realm to play because you're not living well? Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and ignored everyone's pained expressions. He pointed at Long Kuei and said, who's that? Gorilla, stop looking, it's you. If you want to play with me, I will play with you. However, this ordinary dueling ring is not fun. Why don't we go to the arena of life and death to play? How was it? Do you have the guts? Gulp, gulp. This time, there was no gasp, but the sound of saliva being swallowed rang out. Lunatic, this is a lunatic. Looking at Yi Qinghan's warm smile, everyone instantly came to a conclusion. Even Wu Shan's first thought was the same. A first-level divine general challenging a peak god king to the arena of life and death in front of everyone. Even if the woman behind you is amazing, you're dead for sure. Although a peak god king was only slightly stronger than a first-level god king, a god king was still a god king. After all, when a god realm cultivator came over, your speed would be greatly reduced. No matter how fierce you are, you're just a dog. Can you win against a lion? Alright, even if you can overturn 15 consecutive victories, you must have some special tricks up your sleeve. However, in the immortal world, no one has ever heard of a first-level divine general defeating a god king. This is a difference in realm, not something that can be made up for with some tricks. Good. Very good. You've got guts. I, Long Kuei, accept this arena of life and death. Lord Wu Shan will be the witness. Let's meet in the arena of life and death in 5 days. Long Kuei hurriedly agreed after a moment of shock, as though she was afraid that Yi Qinghan would go back on his word. She cupped her hands at Wu Shan and quickly walked away. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two of them decided on the arena of life and death. With Wu Shan as the witness, no one could change this. He was in a good mood and hurriedly returned to report to Long and I. In his heart, however, he was thinking about how to torture Yi Qinghan to death in 5 days. Little brother Yi, you, sigh. Wu Shan looked at Long Kuei's departing figure and knew that it was too late to say anything. He pretended to feel sorry for her and sighed deeply. However, he waved his hand to the side. The spectating martial artists hurriedly wiped their cold sweat and quickly left. Today's show was a little too exciting, big brother Wu Shan, you don't have to worry about this. A gentle smile still appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. Then, he transmitted his voice, big brother Wu Shan, I have a question. I have a brother on the first level, number 9528. Is he still alive? Wu Shan was stunned by Yi Qinghan's change of topic. What kind of situation was this? He was about to die, and he was still concerned about the life and death of others? However, he soon realized that this was probably his funeral arrangements. He spread his divine sense and locked onto a squad leader. After a while, he got an answer. With a serious expression, he said, he's not dead yet, but he's going to die soon. Yi Qinghan instantly understood the ox-head divine king's situation. Without the holy fruit, he would die of exhaustion. He bowed to Wu Shan and transmitted his voice anxiously, is there any way to get him to the second level? I owe big brother Wu Shan a favor. A complicated look flashed across Wu Shan's eyes. You're just a divine general martial artist, what's the use of a favor? Besides, you'll definitely die in 5 days. What's the use of a dead man's favor? However, he didn't show it. Instead, he pretended to be embarrassed and transmitted his voice, I don't have the right to do that. Of course. His Excellency does. Oh. Then can you help me send a few holy fruits down? Is that okay? Yi Qinghan understood that Wu Shan was referring to concubine Lan. He felt a little helpless. Since the best plan didn't work, he had to resort to the worst. That's not a problem. Wu Shan nodded. Then, he patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder and transmitted his voice worriedly, but... Little brother Yi, what's your plan for the life and death arena in 5 days? Why don't you go and beg His Excellency? Thank you for your concern, big brother Wu Shan. I know what to do. Sorry for the trouble. Yi Qinghan smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he took out a few holy fruits and handed them to Wu Shan. Then, he nodded and walked forward. Humph. I knew it. Wu Shan put away the holy fruits and watched Yi Qinghan walk toward concubine Lan's small hall. There was a hint of, I knew it, in his eyes. However, he didn't dare to follow Yi Qinghan. Instead, he walked toward the first floor. It was better for a person of his level not to get involved in this kind of thing. Yi Qinghan walked lazily on the passage. Ignoring the strange looks from passers-by, he walked straight into concubine Lan's small hall. Looking at the beautiful and enchanting woman sitting on the chair and her delicate red lips, he sat down unceremoniously opposite her and said leisurely, Woman, you. What do you mean by transmitting your voice? Are you trying to kill your man so that you can remarry? Chapter 692. The faint smile on concubine Lan's face froze, and anger rose in her heart again. She found that when she was with this young man, she would always be inexplicably annoyed by him, but she didn't seem to dislike him. This kind of emotion was very strange. It was something she had never experienced in hundreds of thousands of years. She let out a breath and told herself not to get angry. She couldn't destroy the state of mind that she had maintained for hundreds of thousands of years because of this young man. In just a moment, she regained her composure. A faint smile appeared on her face again, and she said leisurely, I said I would torture you to death. How could I give up such a good opportunity? I just sent you a voice transmission casually, but you took it seriously. You can only blame yourself for being stupid. I can't change the result of the challenge that I agreed to in public. Yi Qinghan was not a fool. If he had a chance, he would definitely trick Long Kuei. But he would be courting death if he had to fight Long Kuei in public. The reason why he dared to accept this challenge so arrogantly was because of concubine Lan's voice transmission. He thought that Long Kuei's classic words must have angered concubine Lan, and she wanted to use him to kill Long Kuei. Concubine Lan knew her strength very well. She must have a way to send him a voice transmission. Another reason was that he had no other choice at that time. If he put up with it this time, he wouldn't be able to live in Rain Emperor Mountain anymore. He would be trampled on and slapped every 2 or 3 days. With his pride, he definitely couldn't live such a life. Since he had to do it sooner or later, he might as well do it now. Well, I'm stupid. I'm going back. Hearing concubine Lan's words, the smile on Yi Qinghan's face did not diminish. He just glanced at concubine Lan indifferently, stood up, turned around, and walked out gracefully. He didn't stop at all and directly disappeared through the door, heading for his room. Looking at Yi Qinghan's spine that was as straight as a sword and feeling his cold temperament, concubine Lan's expression instantly changed. What kind of attitude does this guy have? It seems that you're the one who's going to die, right? Shouldn't you be begging me politely? Concubine Lan's face darkened again. Her divine senses detected that Yi Qinghan had gone straight back to room number 1 and then directly activated the room's shield. Concubine Lan was completely furious. She waved her hand and swept a teacup on the table to the ground. Pa! The teacup was broken into pieces, and the light green tea leaves inside that resembled a dragon's tongue spilled all over the ground, emitting an exceptionally pleasant smell. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Are there really people who aren't afraid of death in this world? Concubine Lan snorted coldly and lost her temper. She directly opened the shield of the small hall, planning to wait for Yi Qinghan to beg her to let him wait outside for a few hours. Concubine Lan, on the other hand, walked into her room angrily like a little girl in a fit of pique. However, as soon as he entered and looked at the furnishings in the room, he recalled that Yi Qinghan had lived here for several months. The room seemed to be filled with his aura. With a cold harumph, he waved his hand, and the space around him trembled as he disappeared from the room. Phew, after resting leisurely in the room for 4 days, Yi Qinghan didn't practice. He couldn't achieve anything by relying on these few days, so he might as well relax and enjoy himself. He was lying lazily in the bathroom in a small room. The bathtub was very large, and hot water was trickling out of a hole, making the whole bathtub steamy. Yi Qinghan leaned his head against the edge of the bathtub. His upper body was naked, and his eyes were closed, as if he had fallen asleep. Xiao Hei's state of cultivation is very strange, isn't it? Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. When Xiao Hei practiced in the past, as long as Yi Qinghan sensed his soul, Xiao Hei would at least have some reaction. But now there was no reaction at all. At this moment, his body was emitting a faint yellow light. At this moment, he couldn't sense what Xiao Hei was practicing. He and Xiao Hei's souls were connected. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Hei would not close the soul connection with him. This was the first time such a strange situation had happened. He knew that Xiao Hei had no secrets and would not close the soul connection with him at any time. The only explanation for this situation was that the faint yellow light on the surface of Xiao Hei's body isolated the soul connection between the two. After probing with his divine sense, he found nothing wrong. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to forcibly wake up Xiao Hei. He could only wait for him to wake up to find out what had happened. With a leisurely smile, Yi Qinghan didn't care so much. He raised his head, closed his eyes again, and fell asleep comfortably. Little bastard. In the small hall on the second floor, Concubine Lan's face was very ugly. She raised her hand and wanted to smash the teacup on the table again. After thinking about it, she held back, but the anger in her beautiful eyes burned even more. It had been 4 days. She was going to fight in the arena tomorrow, but this brat actually didn't come to find her. He had a backbone. He really wanted to court death. But Concubine Lan couldn't let him die. This guy's soul was too strange. It was actually divided into two. Although she didn't know what had happened, she had an inexplicable confidence that this guy could pierce the sky. Once the sky was pierced, the curse of the Forgotten Land would be broken. Another thing that concerned Concubine Lan the most was the faint yellow light outside Yi Qinghan's soul sea. Her soul was very strong. Not to mention the soul of a divine general, she could easily invade the soul of an ordinary divine emperor without being noticed. However, the yellow light forcibly stopped her soul from invading. When a soul mutated, it could be understood that the soul actively protected its master. But now, it seemed that Yi Qinghan's condition was completely healed, but the pale yellow light shield could still easily stop her from probing. This was unusual. Phew. Lan you can't be impulsive. This guy is very important. Concubine Lan let out a long breath and tried to persuade herself. After a long time, she calmed down. Finally, she took a deep breath and spread her divine sense toward room number 1. The shield on the stone door of room number 1 was like a piece of white paper to her divine sense. Her divine sense easily penetrated it and then locked on Yi Qinghan, who was sleeping in the bath. She snorted coldly and transmitted her voice to him, "Boy, get over here." The shout suddenly sounded in the quiet bathroom. Moreover, Concubine Lan's tone was unkind. Ordinary people would definitely jump up in fright. But Yi Qinghan still slept quietly in the bath as if he didn't hear it. He didn't even open his eyes. After a long time, when Concubine Lan couldn't help but shout again, the corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up slightly. He murmured to the air, "You can do it if you want." "I'm not in the mood." Bang! Concubine Lan couldn't stand it anymore. With a wave of her hand, the new teacup on the table was smashed to the ground. Chapter 693. How dare you play this trick with me? Yi Qinghan sneered and stretched his body comfortably. Yi Qinghan thought that he was very good at dealing with women. He didn't know if Concubine Lan had feelings for him, but he was sure of one thing. Concubine Lan valued him very much, although he didn't know the reason. But he thought that since Concubine Lan had sent him a voice transmission and asked him to go to the arena, she would definitely not let him die. Usually, he would not deliberately get in touch with Concubine Lan, because that would make her look down on him. Now that there was a chance, of course, he would not let it go. To deal with a woman. If you want her to fall in love with you, you have to make her think about you first. When her mind is full of you one day, then it will be done. So when he felt that the stone door of the hall was quietly opened, he was not surprised. Instead, he smiled slightly and calmed down. He closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Bang! Concubine Lan slapped the bathtub with her palm, and the whole bathtub was instantly shattered. Water splashed everywhere, and gravel flew everywhere. It also sent Yi Qinghan flying. However, Concubine Lan knew the severity of the matter, so she didn't hit Yi Qinghan hard. Hee, woman, do you want to murder your husband? Yi Qinghan rolled in the air and stood steadily in front of Concubine Lan. He didn't even look at the messy bathroom. The smile on his face was very natural and intimate, as if they were really flirting. Concubine Lan didn't have the usual faint smile on her face, but when she saw Yi Qinghan's shameless expression, the anger in her heart unconsciously subsided. She glanced at Yi Qinghan's body, which was not fat at all and had well-defined muscles. Her face became a little unnatural. She turned around, walked out, and said coldly, "Get dressed and get out." Yi Qinghan didn't dare to provoke her again. There was a limit to everything. He had achieved his goal, and Concubine Lan had already bowed her head. If he continued to act tough, he would really become a fool. After quickly putting on his clothes, Yi Qinghan quickly walked out of the room and into the small hall without looking at Concubine Lan. He poured a cup of tea on the table next to him, put it on the square table beside Concubine Lan with both hands, and said with a smile, "Miss Concubine Lan, have some tea. This tea is a treasure I've kept for many years. It can clear away internal heat, beautify your skin, and nourish your yin and yang. I don't take it out for ordinary people." There was no expression on Concubine Lan's face. It seemed that she was still angry with Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was not annoyed. He picked up his tea and drank it slowly, but his eyes were fixed on Concubine Lan's pretty face. His eyes were full of passion. "Where are your dog eyes looking at? Be careful, or I'll dig it out and feed it to the demonic beasts." After sitting for a while, Concubine Lan seemed to have adjusted herself. Although her tone was not polite, her face had become much calmer. She picked up the tea subconsciously, but then she thought of something and put the teacup down again. "Drink it. This teacup is new. I haven't used it before." Yi Qinghan chuckled and pretended to glance at Concubine Lan's delicate lips inadvertently. Concubine Lan's expression, which had just recovered, began to change again. Light blue divine power began to appear in her hands again. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan quickly waved his hand to dissuade her. This room was his. If Concubine Lan smashed it, who would he find to repair it? The bathroom just now was enough to give him a headache. Don't be angry. Miss Concubine Lan, you are also a person of high status. Why are you still so angry? You should pay attention to your bearing. Of course, I'm also at fault. I like to flirt. Please be magnanimous and don't mind me. Flirt? You're not just flirting. You're so bold. Anger surged in Concubine Lan's heart. She thought of the scene when she was kissed by Yi Qinghan. She couldn't sit still anymore. She was not sure if she could not help but slap him to death if she continued to get along with this young man. With a flip of her hand, a booklet appeared in her fair hand. She threw it on the table, stood up, and walked out. When she reached the door, she waved her hand and opened the stone door. Then she turned sideways and said in a cold voice, "Practice this move and release it with that saber of yours. If you die in this way, you can only blame yourself for being useless. Watching Concubine Lan disappear into the stone door, Yi Qinghan laughed. He was right. Concubine Lan would not let him die. However, was he really going to be able to kill Long Kuei with this booklet? He opened the booklet. There was nothing complicated in it. It was just a secret skill. Yi Qinghan took a look and didn't feel that it was particularly powerful. He hesitated. The God General Realm and the God King Realm were not the same as the Martial Realm and the Duke Realm. A powerful Martial Realm martial artist could easily kill a Martial Realm martial artist. However, the difference between the God General Realm and the God King Realm was like heaven and earth. It was at least the difference between the Martial Realm and the Sage Realm. No matter how powerful a martial was, a Sage Realm martial artist could kill a Sage Realm martial artist in one move. There was a Saint Realm martial artist and a God Realm martial artist. Within a God Realm martial artist, a Sage Realm martial artist could not even move. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's movement speed would become abnormally slow as soon as Divine King Nightshade unleashed his God domain. Even if he had any special techniques up his sleeve, he would only be a sitting duck waiting to be beaten. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan could only deduce that the problem lay with the Slaughter God Saber. Concubine Lan must have a very good understanding of the Slaughter God Saber. She must have known about the Slaughter God Saber and given him a secret skill to use with the Slaughter God Saber to kill Long Kuei. However, even the Soul Emperor did not know about the Slaughter God Saber. How could Concubine Lan know about it? Elder Lu said that the Soul Emperor was the most powerful god Arch in the past. Since he was the most powerful, he must have seen a lot. Could it be that Concubine Lan was even more powerful than the Soul Emperor? If she was that powerful, right? Why did she lower herself to be a manager on the second level? Also, if the Slaughter God Saber was used with this secret skill, it would be extremely powerful if it could kill people who were of a higher cultivation level. Why was Concubine Lan not tempted? The more he thought about it, the more he could not figure it out. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Concubine Lan was mysterious. After thinking for a while, he still could not figure it out. Yi Qinghan was worried that he did not have much time left. He did not dare to think about it anymore. Instead, he carefully flipped through the secret skill. The secret skill was a way to control energy. It could gather energy that was released, compress it, and then release it. It would produce a powerful impact in an instant. It seemed like an ordinary way to use energy. However, as Yi Qinghan looked at it carefully, his eyes lit up. The Slaughter God Saber was very powerful. Now, in Yi Qinghan's hands, he could easily kill a peak stage God General. What did he rely on? It was the negative aura and murderous aura in the Slaughter God Saber. Through these negative aura and murderous aura, he could affect the enemy's soul and cause it to fall into chaos. Then, he could easily kill the enemy. If the secret skill that Concubine Lan casually threw over could also compress this murderous aura and release it in an instant, it would produce a powerful impact on the soul. So what if a God King martial artist could do it? If his soul was in chaos, he would not be able to attack or defend himself. Then, what was the difference between a God King martial artist and a fat pig? One slash would definitely cause blood. Good stuff, Yi Qinghan chuckled. Since Concubine Lan threw this thing over and emphasized that she would use the Slaughter God Saber to release it, it would definitely be effective. He quickly calmed down and closed his eyes. He began to try to enter the state of silence in his soul. He wanted to master this skill as quickly as possible. Chapter 694. Long Kuei was furious. 5 days ago, he had been slapped in the face by a trashy divine general martialist. When he returned home, his father had kicked him into the wall. Although he was often slapped by his father, he was still following his instructions. If he did not do well, it was a problem of his ability, not his attitude. He knew that he had gone overboard with his words, so he did not dare to talk back. He crawled up obediently and knelt down to admit his mistake. Normally, if he had used this trick, his father would have calmed down and taught him a lesson. Then, he would have let the matter go. However, he did not expect his father to raise his huge palm and slap him a few times. Many of the black hairs on his face had been slapped off. To his surprise, something even more shocking happened. His father had removed his soul connection with the armor and handed it over. He had even warned him to be extremely careful in the arena battle in 5 days. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by this little martialist. Thinking of this, Long Kuei curled his lips and sneered disdainfully. Did a divine general martialist need to be so careful? Once he activated his deity territory, he was like a grasshopper tied to a rope. No matter how hard he tried, he could not escape from Long Kuei's grasp. However, Long Kuei was still very satisfied with this set of armor. With this set of armor, not even a high-grade god artifact would be able to break through it and harm his physical body. The armor was a complete set with a helmet. As long as his divine crystal and soul were not destroyed, he would be immortal. As for soul attacks, Long Kuei had never thought about it. How strong could a first-layer divine general martialist's soul be? Long Kuei touched the messy black hairs on his face and became angry again. In his heart, he was pondering whether he should chop this kid into 32 pieces or 64 pieces. In a hall on the second floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain, it was very lively today. Apart from the golden arena in the center, there were countless martialists standing around. Many people had heard about the conflict between Long Kuei and Yi Qinghan the other day. However, many people had wisely chosen not to go and watch. Reality proved that they were right not to go. Didn't you see that when the martialists came back, their faces were even uglier than if their fathers had died? Today was different. Today was an open and above-board arena battle. Of course, they could openly come and watch the show. The rules of the Rain Emperor Mountain were very strict. Under the power of the Rain Emperor, no one dared to cause trouble. This also meant that the Rain Emperor Mountain was very peaceful, in other words, very boring. Who would miss out on such a great entertainment today? Long Kuei strode into the arena in her black suit of armor with her chest puffed out and her head held high, as if she had already won the match. He glanced around and was very satisfied that so many people had come to watch the battle. Especially when he saw the few single female martial artists on the second floor, his face became even more domineering. He glanced around but didn't see Yi Qinghan. He was a little annoyed. Originally, he had delayed his arrival for a little while. He didn't expect this little divine general to be even more arrogant than him. He rolled his eyes and felt relieved. He knew that he was going to die in the arena battle. Perhaps he had chickened out at the last minute? Glancing at Master Wu Shan, who was standing in the arena, he felt a little more reassured. Since Wu Shan was here, if Yi Qinghan didn't come, he would be breaking the rules. Concubine Lan couldn't be so lawless and protect him, right? Long Kuei walked into the arena and nodded at Wu Shan. Then, he stood proudly and closed his eyes to rest. Long Kuei had arrived. The martialists were all excited. The show was about to begin. After so many years of boredom, they finally had a big battle. Moreover, there were big shots fighting behind them. This made them extremely excited. However, everyone's excited hearts became cold and impatient as time passed. It had been 2 hours, but Yi Qinghan still hadn't shown up. Standing for 2 hours was a small matter. But waiting for 2 hours was a completely different concept. So many people were standing here foolishly, waiting for one person. Among them was Master Wu Shan. You're just a trash divine general. You're really influential. Master Wu Shan, it's almost time. Long Kuei opened her eyes and said impatiently. Her words were simple, but her meaning was clear. If he didn't show up, Yi Qinghan would forfeit. Forfeiting in the life and death arena was a violation of the Rain Emperor Mountain's Iron Rule. Anyone who violated the Iron Rule could be killed. Let's wait for another hour. Wu Shan was also annoyed. There were so many people watching. He couldn't be too biased, could he? If he lost the morale, it would be difficult to lead the team. Time passed little by little. 1 hour was about to pass. Everyone was a little depressed. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to see the show. They had waited for so long in vain. Humph. Long Kuei humphed coldly. She stood up and walked off the arena. The others shook their heads and followed Long Kuei out. Eh. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the hall. When the crowd saw who it was and what he was wearing, they were all shocked. It was indeed a young master. Not to mention his strength, his way of doing things was really awesome. Aha, sorry, I woke up late. I just took a shower and ate something. I haven't digested it yet, so I rushed here. You guys haven't been waiting for long, have you? Yi Qinghan was wearing the God of War robe and a bamboo hat. The demonic cloak behind him fluttered slightly as he walked. He was full of vigor. Under the crowd's gaze, he smiled and explained, then leisurely walked towards the arena. Everyone was familiar with the God of War robe. However, this wasn't the immortal world. In the Forgotten Land, no one wore the God of War robe. Every tribe had their own uniforms. Wearing this robe, didn't it mean that you were looking down on the Rain Emperor? Immortal Realm warriors didn't sleep or eat. Your explanation was too fake. Did you think we were fools? Humph. It doesn't matter. Eat a little more for the last meal. The next meal will be in the underworld realm. This. I can understand. Long Kuei stood on the other side of the stage with a sinister smile on her face. She was in a very good mood to be able to openly kill him on the stage, so she was in a very good mood. Let's not waste time. Lord Wushan, you may begin. Yi Qinghan said to Wushan as he adjusted his bamboo hat. All right, the arena of life and death has no rules. No one is allowed to leave the arena until the victor is dead. Otherwise, I'll kill him myself. Wushan nodded indifferently. He waved his hand and jumped off the arena. A black light lit up the arena, and the barrier around it slowly activated. The entire arena was shrouded in black mist, as if it was a battlefield. Little bastard, I'll make you regret being born into this world today. A huge battle axe appeared in Long Kuei's hand. The golden light from the axe illuminated the entire arena, making his face look extremely sinister. That battle armor belongs to your father, right? How despicable. Yi Qinghan seemed to be enraged as he looked at the black battle armor on Long Kuei's body. Huh, at least you know your stuff. So, you're definitely going to die today. When Long Kuei heard Yi Qinghan's enraged tone, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. However, he didn't know that a long black saber had already appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand. The long black saber didn't exude the heart-palpitating aura like before. Instead, it seemed like an ordinary saber. However, in the next second, the long black saber silently spat out a very small wave of air. It instantly left his body and shot toward Long Kuei. Stop. The crowd outside couldn't see the battle clearly. They could only discuss among themselves and wait for the outcome. However, not long after the barrier was activated, a black figure suddenly floated into the hall with lightning speed. He was frighteningly fast. As he roared, a ball of green flames that could melt anything appeared in his hand. He ruthlessly smashed it toward the barrier. What was going on? Everyone blinked. A hint of anger flashed across Wushan's eyes. Everyone recognized this person. It was Long Kuei's father, Lord Long Ni. However, the crowd didn't understand why Long Ni dared to defy the rules and break the barrier on the arena. Moreover, judging from his aura, he seemed to want to shatter the barrier along with the little martial artist in the arena. Chapter 695. Lord Long Ni, don't be rash. Wushan's divine power surged. He wanted to stop Long Ni subconsciously, but he stopped where he was and shouted instead. He recognized the green flame on Long Ni's hand. That was his most powerful profound fusion. He wasn't confident that he could block this move, so he could only shout with a pale face. The life and death arena was a rule set by the Rain Emperor himself. It wasn't that no one had ever entered the arena before, but no one had ever dared to stop it halfway. The arena had just started, and Long Ni dared to stop it openly. This wasn't just a slap to the Rain Emperor's face, it was also a slap to Wu Shan's face. The martial artists surrounding the arena quickly retreated to avoid being affected, but they were secretly shocked. What happened to make Long and I so impulsive? Could it be that something special had happened in the arena? Or was Long Kuei going to die? Otherwise, why would Long and I be so reckless? But why was Long Kuei going to die? Was it because of that young god general? Long Ni's expression was very bad. He wasn't a fool. He knew that if he tried to stop it openly, he would be giving his face to concubine Lan to slap. However, he had no choice. When Yi Qinghan had mentioned the life and death arena, he had been secretly paying attention. However, at that time, the spiritual senses of the big shots on the second floor had locked onto him. He had even sensed that some of the big shots on the third and fourth floors had also quietly probed him with their spiritual senses. Then, he felt a sense of unease. Without hesitation, he took off his life-saving armor. At the same time, when the life and death arena started, he had been hiding nearby. Just now, he felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. Even his soul trembled. He knew that something was going to happen. He only had one son, so he had to do something. Hence, he didn't hesitate and threw a punch without holding back. The green flame quickly left his body and smashed onto the black shield. A burst of green light and black light flashed. The black shield was like a broken eggshell. It instantly shattered and revealed two figures. Both figures were black. One was wearing armor, and the other was wearing the war god robe. The difference was that the figure wearing the armor was standing there like a fool. His eyes were blank. As for the other figure who had obtained the war god's robe, he was holding a strange saber and was sliding it towards the neck of the warrior who was standing there foolishly. The saber was very beautiful, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It drew an elegant arc in the air, and at this moment, it was less than a centimeter away from the black-haired neck. Supreme God slaying God. Motherf ****, kid, stop. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Long Ni's eyes constricted. When he saw the two words, God Slayer, on the blade, his eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, he finally understood why his heart was palpitating. He knew very well that it was too late to make a move at this moment. He could only roar angrily, hoping that this brat would stop. The deafening roar shook the entire hall, causing the eardrums of the hundreds of cultivators present to ache. But it didn't shake the saber in the slightest. Yi Qinghan's eyes were slightly red, but his soul was incomparably clear. At the moment when the barrier was broken, he hesitated. However, after Long and I shouted this sentence, he didn't hesitate anymore. The long saber slid across at lightning speed and finally drifted past Long Kuei's black-haired neck. The slaughter god's saber glowed with a black light, and Yi Qinghan gently kept the saber before putting it into his interspatial ring. Then, he turned around. Chao Long and I smiled in shame. However, because of the murderous aura, his face was a little distorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. His smile was unusually sinister as he sighed and said, "My lord, you shouted too late. I'm sorry. I didn't stop." Boom! As soon as Yi Qinghan finished his sentence, a tall figure behind him suddenly collapsed. A fiery red divine crystal, an interspatial ring, and a set of black battle armor floated in the air. The fiery red light within the divine crystal illuminated the entire arena with a fiery red light, and it also illuminated the pale faces of countless martial artists in the arena with a fiery red light. Gulp, gulp. Countless cultivators secretly swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and licked their dry lips. They realized that they had done another stupid thing. Today's show seemed like they shouldn't have come. Long Ni's tyrannical attack broke the Rain Emperor's rules. That young god general made a light move and killed Long Kuei in front of everyone and Long and I. He didn't stop. Was he trying to fool a kid? And that strange saber? They would rather not have seen it. Needless to say, something that allowed a cultivator to kill someone of a higher cultivation level was definitely a treasure. However, they all saw it. They saw something that they shouldn't have seen. Good, what a good, didn't stop. You have guts, kid. You have guts. Long and I looked at the lifeless Long Kuei on the ground and stared at Yi Qinghan as he spoke slowly. When everyone heard this, they all took a step back. Long Ni's words were very clear. Kid, you have guts, but you made me lose my guts. As expected. Long Ni's body suddenly exploded with a suffocating aura that burned the air in the entire hall. This aura was so tyrannical that even Wushan took a step back unconsciously. Yi Qinghan felt like he fell into magma, and every cell in his body started to heat up. Woman, if you don't make a move now, you are going to be a widow. Yi Qinghan took 5 or 6 steps back and almost fell off the stage. He looked at the green flames that were shot out from Long Ni's hand. He looked at the green flame that shot out from Long Ni's hand, and the air started to boil. He was very clear that if he was touched by the flame, there wouldn't be anything left of him. He smiled bitterly in his heart and murmured to the sky. Damn it, I'm going all out. Wushan clenched his teeth. He knew that even if he could block the green flame, he would definitely be severely injured. However, could he not block it? He could pretend that he didn't see the big shots fighting in the dark. However, Long Ni was making a move now. Needless to say, Concubine Lan and the big shots on the 2nd level were watching. Countless big shots on the 3rd and 4th levels were watching. Even the woman in the palace at the top of the mountain was watching. For the sake of his commander position, he had to put on an act. Therefore, his body instantly emitted an earthy yellow light. A round shield appeared in his hand, and he charged towards the green flame. However, just as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly realized in horror that he couldn't move his body. Even the yellow round shield in his hand had disintegrated. While he was shocked, he scanned with his divine sense and realized that everyone in the hall couldn't move. The green flame had also stopped in midair. He heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he heard a cold snort in the hall, and he was instantly ecstatic. Humph. This cold snort wasn't loud, and it was a little ethereal. It sounded like a person sighing. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly resounded in everyone's soul. Moreover, as this cold snort sounded, the green flame in the air started to extinguish like a flame without oxygen. Everyone was stunned when they heard this sound. Then, their expressions instantly changed. When Long and I heard this sound, his entire body started to tremble. Looking at his pale face, it was easy to tell that he was trembling. He wasn't trembling because he was excited, but because of fear. Boundless fear. Greetings, Rain Emperor. When everyone felt that their bodies could move again, they all knelt heavily on the ground with a put-on sound. Only Yi Qinghan was left standing on the arena, somewhat baffled. Chapter 696. Long Ni's lips were trembling. His kneeling feet were also shaking. His eyes were filled with sadness and bitterness. He knew that this was the first time in tens of thousands of years that the big shots of the 3rd and 4th level would definitely use their divine senses to watch. He also guessed that the woman in the palace was very likely to be quietly watching them. But he still acted without hesitation. Not only did he destroy the shield, but he also killed the little bastard that made him extinct. He had already sent a message to the 4th level's big brother, Long Fei, but he didn't receive it. He didn't receive his message just now either. Therefore, he thought that Long Fei had acquiesced to his action. He thought that even if the woman in the palace was watching quietly, she would give his big brother face and punish him at most. But Long Fei didn't say anything, but the Rain Emperor did. He knew the consequences were serious. Then, he felt the divine energy in the hall fluctuate. A blurry woman's face appeared in the hall. He knew the situation was serious to the point where he couldn't bear it. Greetings, Rain Emperor. When the people in the field sensed the blurry face in the sky, they were once again terrified and bowed down respectfully. Yi Qinghan sighed and knelt down with the others helplessly. Facing the strongest person of the Rain Emperor Mountain, no matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't be stupid enough to commit suicide. Long and I will give your big brother face. If you can win 12 consecutive battles, I will spare your life. The blurry face in the hall didn't show any emotion. Her eyes didn't even move. Her voice was ethereal, and people couldn't tell the original voice. They could only vaguely tell that it was a woman's voice. Hiss, everyone didn't dare to look up, but they all gasped. They all knew that Long Ni was finished. In a heaven-defying battle, you couldn't win consecutive battles just because you were strong. Long Ni had just reached the 6th grade war god level and could easily win a few battles in a heaven-defying battle. But in consecutive battles, Long Ni would definitely die. Thank you, Rain Emperor, for your mercy. Long Ni will take his leave. The corner of Long Ni's lips twitched bitterly, but he did not dare to resist at all. Instead, he bowed 3 times politely towards the face in the sky. He opened his hand and grabbed Long Kuei's corpse and the divine crystal armor before making his way out resolutely. His footsteps were extremely heavy as he walked. The Rain Emperor's prestige could not be challenged, and those who challenged him were already dead. He didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Otherwise, not only would he die, but his big brother would also die. Even though it was extremely difficult to win 12 consecutive victories, there was still time. Perhaps the Rain Emperor would give his big brother some face when the time came. After Long Ni left, the woman's face in mid-air revealed a smile that no one knew about. Her eyes actually turned and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was on the stage. She said softly, "Yi Qinghan, as long as you get to the 4th level of the 5 Emperors Mountain, I will allow you to stay in the palace." After that, the divine aura in the air trembled, and the woman's face gradually disappeared. Finally, the hall returned to its original state. However, everyone in the hall, including Wu Shan, did not move. They still remained on one knee and lowered their heads. The hall was completely silent, deathly silent. It was not because they didn't dare to stand up due to their respect for the Rain Emperor. It was because everyone was stunned by the Rain Emperor's last sentence. Or rather, they were stunned. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a moment, Wu Shan finally regained his senses and looked at the astonished face on the stage. Everyone at the back of the arena came to their senses and raised their heads in unison, casting their gazes towards the delicate and pretty face on the arena. There was only one expression in everyone's eyes: shock. 5 tribes, 5 mountains. There was a palace at the top of every mountain, and there was no exception. There was only one person living in each palace, the 5 most powerful people in the Forgotten Land. However, the Rain Emperor said that this little god general would also have the chance to live there, and he would be living with her. A man and a woman living together? What did this mean? They couldn't figure it out at the moment. However, the only thing they knew was that this young divine general was very powerful. He was so powerful that even the Rain Emperor knew his name and had secretly invited him. He had a chance to become this empress's guest. Countless warriors in the hall came to their senses, but their faces were extremely bitter. It was true that they came to watch the show when they were bored, but this show was too lively. They didn't know if this little god general would bear a grudge against them. If he did, they would have a hard time in the future. However, Wu Shan was secretly delighted. His decisive move just now was indeed the right one. Now it seemed that Concubine Land's backer was indeed the Rain Emperor. However, he didn't know if they were sisters, or if they were some kind of peony or lily. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose embarrassedly, nodded at Wu Shan, and walked down the stage to his residence. He wasn't happy about the Rain Emperor's last sentence at all. Instead, he secretly became vigilant. He wasn't a fool. He knew very well that although he was a little handsome, and his fighting ability in bed was a little valiant, he wasn't at the level where he could kill all women in a second. There must be something wrong if there was nothing abnormal. He had never seen the Rain Emperor before, but she said such ambiguous words in front of everyone. It was even beneath her status. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. He felt as if he was facing Lord Devour and the Fire Dragon continent. It seemed that Concubine Lan and the Rain Emperor were trying to seduce him, influence him, or even control him. It wasn't hard to imagine that their ultimate goal was to make him go to the 5 Emperors Mountain. However, what good would it do them if he went to the 5 Emperors Mountain? Also, Why were they so sure that a little god general like him could go to the Five Emperors Mountain? With the appearance of the Rain Emperor, the matter of the life and death arena was easily suppressed. Long and I, who was arrogant on the second level, didn't even dare to fart in front of the Rain Emperor. He obediently prepared to die. The second level regained its peace. However, everyone was very clear that there was one more person on the second level that they couldn't afford to offend, a little god general. After concubine Lan saw Yi Qinghan in front of the life and death arena, she completely quieted down. In other words, she disappeared. The stone door of the small hall on the second level shone with a faint white light, telling everyone that she was very busy and wouldn't see anyone. After Yi Qinghan rested in his room for 3 days and confirmed that concubine Lan wouldn't appear, he didn't go to the number 1 training room to cultivate. Instead, he went to Wu Shan's room. When Wu Shan saw Yi Qinghan, he was extremely enthusiastic. Even his actions and words revealed a hint of respect. He enthusiastically asked the maidservant in the room to pour tea for Yi Qinghan. Then, he smiled and asked Yi Qinghan why he was here. "Big brother Wu Shan, I want to go to the Five Emperors Mountain to take a look." Yi Qinghan didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. Since concubine Lan and the Rain Emperor wanted him to climb the Five Emperors Mountain, he should at least go and see what was special about the Five Emperors Mountain. Chapter 697. Little brother, you want to climb the Five Emperors Mountain? Wu Shan said warmly, even omitting the word yi. He frowned and continued, "Little brother, I advise you not to climb the Five Emperors Mountain in a hurry. It's best to cultivate to the peak of the godly general realm before going." Although he knew that Yi Qinghan was very ordinary and was even favored by the Rain Emperor, he did not think that Yi Qinghan could climb the Five Emperors Mountain with his current strength. Hence, he tried to persuade him in a roundabout way. "Big brother Wu Shan, can you introduce me to the Five Emperors Mountain?" Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with Wu Shan's decisive action against Long and I. Although he relied on the Rain Emperor to save his life in the end. No matter what, Wu Shan had expressed his attitude, and Yi Qinghan was most concerned about other people's attitudes. "Of course, you will understand it sooner or later." Wu Shan smiled and explained, "The Five Emperors Mountain is in the center of the Forgotten Land. It is millions of meters tall, but cannot be seen with the naked eye. This is because the Five Emperors have set up a restriction on the Five Emperors Mountain. One can only enter the Five Emperors Mountain through a teleportation array. The terrain of the Five Emperors Mountain is very special. You will understand when you see it. Fighting against the odds is the only way for a warrior to ascend to the second level. The Five Emperors Mountain is the only way for a warrior to ascend to the third and fourth level. The longer you stay in the Five Emperors Mountain, the higher you climb, and the higher your position in the Forgotten Land will be." Yi Qinghan nodded and roughly understood. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan asked, "Big brother Wu Shan, is there anything to pay attention to when climbing the Five Emperors Mountain? Is it that the stronger you are, the higher you can climb? Also, has anyone climbed to the peak yet?" Just now, Wu Shan told him to cultivate to the peak of the godly general realm before climbing the Five Emperors Mountain. Therefore, he was a little worried. If the height of the mountain was equal to the strength, if he wanted to climb to the peak, how long would he have to cultivate? What cultivation level? "Little brother, are you joking? I have stayed in the Forgotten Land for hundreds of thousands of years, but only one person can climb to the peak. That person is the second strongest person in the Wind Emperor tribe, Sir Yun. He had just climbed up the 5th mountain and was still far from the summit. Of course, I don't know if anyone climbed up before I came." Wu Shan waved his hand and smiled. Then, he began to explain to Yi Qinghan, "As for what you said about climbing the mountain, I'm sure no one knows about it besides the Five Emperors. It was because the Five Emperors' mountains were very strange. For example, Long and I had just reached the level of a 6th grade war god, but he couldn't even climb the second mountain. Not long ago, Cloud Emperor's tribe produced a prodigy. He stayed in the Five Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights and successfully climbed to the peak of the second mountain. However, his strength was only at the 3rd level of the God King realm. I've heard from Miss Lan that if you can't make any progress after climbing up the 5 Emperors Mountain, you can only stay like this forever. When Wu Shan saw Yi Qinghan, his eyes were still filled with doubt. He knew what Yi Qinghan was thinking and said with a smile, "Little brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but there has never been a first-layer divine general who could stay in the 5 Emperors Mountains for even a second. Even a warrior at the peak of the divine general realm could barely stand in there for a few seconds." Hee, I see. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and remembered that concubine Lan told him to cultivate for a while before going. Otherwise, he would suffer. His heart was filled with bitterness. A warrior at the peak of the divine general realm could only stand in there for a few seconds. It seemed like the 5 Emperors Mountains were not that easy to climb, but he still wanted to climb to the peak. "Little brother, don't worry. Since concubine Lan allowed you to cultivate for an unlimited time in the number 1 training room, your strength will definitely soar soon. I'm looking forward to your performance by then." When Wu Shan saw Yi Qinghan's sadness, he smiled and comforted him. Before he finished speaking, he saw Yi Qinghan stand up. He thought that Yi Qinghan was going back to cultivate, so he quickly stood up to send him off. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan smiled and said to him, "Brother Wu Shan, bring me to the 5 Emperors Mountain. I want to see it." Huh? Wu Shan blinked his eyes in surprise. Looking at Yi Qinghan's determined eyes, he smiled helplessly. In his heart, he thought, "Does this kid think that my words are bullsh*t? Let's see how you cry later." The two walked out of Wu Shan's room and walked to the hall on the 2nd floor. "Greetings, Master Wu Shan, Master Yi Qinghan." "Greetings, Master Wu Shan, Master Yi." Along the way, the cultivators they met all bowed respectfully to the two of them. Many people were even more respectful to Yi Qinghan, but Wu Shan did not feel uncomfortable at all. While Yi Qinghan politely returned the greeting, he was secretly shocked. The Rain Emperor's power was so powerful. The Rain Emperor only expressed a little bit of her intention, but the people below were so afraid. In fact, Yi Qinghan did not know that the Rain Emperor rarely sent messages, let alone formed a virtual image. However, every time the Rain Emperor made a sound, it must be something big or she was going to kill someone. Years ago, the Rain Emperor killed a 6th-grade war god with one palm strike. On the Rain Emperor Mountain, no one dared to offend the Rain Emperor's power. Long Ni was a 6th-grade war god, and he had a brother who was one of the top figures on the Rain Emperor Mountain. Even so, he didn't dare to say a word. The Rain Emperor rarely spoke, but this time, she purposely said something to Yi Qinghan, and it was so ambiguous. What did it mean? They walked to the widest hall on the 2nd floor. Yi Qinghan looked at the small teleportation formation in the center of the hall. Without hesitation, he and Wu Shan stepped onto it. Swish! With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan and Wu Shan appeared on an empty ground. Yi Qinghan looked up and was slightly surprised. He finally understood why Wu Shan said the 5 Emperors Mountains terrain was strange. It was because it did not look like one mountain, but more like 5 mountains, with obvious dividing lines. The 5 mountains were very steep, almost at a 60-degree angle, and very smooth. The mountain at the bottom was red, the second was orange, the third was yellow, the fourth was green, and the fifth was purple. The mountain at the bottom was the largest, and it got smaller as it went up. This mountain did not look like it was formed naturally. It looked like it was made by people. The mountain was very tall, about 1,000,000 meters tall, and very steep. However, this height was nothing in the eyes of a God Realm warrior. Yi Qinghan had seen mountains that were even higher. If this mountain was not strange, Yi Qinghan was confident that he could fly to the top of the mountain in a few breaths. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not need to think to know that this mountain was strange. Moreover, there were a few warriors and 2 demonic beasts moving slowly on the mountain, which told Yi Qinghan how strange this mountain was. The warriors were surging with god power, as if they were carrying 1,000,000 pounds of weight. They were climbing with difficulty. That's right. They were not walking, but crawling with their hands and feet. Their bodies would tremble with every step they took, and their faces were filled with incomparable pain. The 2 demonic beasts were also ape-type demonic beasts. It was obvious that they did not attack the warriors, which meant that they were high-level demonic beasts with spiritual intelligence. However, these warriors and demonic beasts were only halfway up the first mountain. One could imagine how difficult it was to climb this mountain. Ah! Suddenly, a warrior climbed a step forward, but he suddenly hugged his head and roared in pain. He rolled down the mountain and landed on the empty ground in front of Yi Qinghan and Wu Shan. His entire body was twitching, and his veins were popping. He looked terrible. "Little brother, come back next time." Wu Shan smiled and advised when he saw Yi Qinghan's thoughtful expression. Ordinary peak divine generals wouldn't be able to hold on for long if they stepped into the Red Mountain before being sent flying. "You're just a first-layer divine general, so you'd better not go and ask for trouble." "Hee, I'll give it a try." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and his god power surged. He used imminent skyline and rushed toward the Red Mountain like a gust of wind. Before Wu Shan could react, Yi Qinghan had already rushed out. Wu Shan smiled and thought to himself, "Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. It seems like I'll have to carry him back later." However, before his smile could fully blossom, it suddenly froze. As he stared at Yi Qinghan's back, his mouth gaped so wide that one could swallow an entire egg. Chapter 698. On the red ground in front of him, Yi Qinghan's figure was like a galloping stallion, leaving a trail of dust behind him. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered a distance of several hundred meters. His figure did not pause at all, as though he was walking on a flat ground. He moved so casually and so elegantly. Many warriors in the realm of the gods were able to use graceful footwork. Wu Shan believed that his footwork was even more graceful than Yi Qinghan's. The question was, where was that red mountain? In this place, even a second-level god emperor, whose strength was comparable to a fifth-grade war god, would not dare to walk so elegantly, let alone an ordinary warrior. "There's nothing special about it?" Yi Qinghan furrowed his brows as he ran. Was Wu Shan trying to scare him? However, when he saw the warriors and demonic beasts crawling up the slope ahead, Yi Qinghan felt that something was amiss. There's a reaction. This mountain is indeed interesting. After running for another dozen meters, Yi Qinghan began to feel dizzy. His body seemed to have become heavier, and he was forced to slow down. What's that sound? Yi Qinghan did not slow down. He gathered his divine power and continued to run up under Wu Shan's wide-eyed gaze. However, a strange sound began to ring in his ears. It sounded like countless flies buzzing in his ears. It made him a little upset and made him dizzy. This degree of dizziness was a piece of cake for someone like Yi Qinghan, who often suffered from pain. However, the pressure on his body increased, and he had no choice but to slow down a little. The warriors and two demonic beasts halfway up the mountain also realized that something was wrong. They stopped climbing and looked toward Yi Qinghan. To them, a warrior who could walk so easily was definitely a top-notch expert. Since there was an expert climbing the mountain, they naturally had to stop to show their respect. God. First-level God General? Ah. However, when they scanned the area with their divine senses, they all widened their eyes. One of the warriors was so shocked that he forgot that he was in the Five Emperors Mountains. He subconsciously stood up, but he was suddenly pressed down by a strong gravitational force, and his body rolled down. My lord. What's going on? The martial artist who rolled down was wearing a suit of gray battle armor. He was a martial artist from the Rain Emperor's tribe. He ignored the injuries on his body and stood up in shock, staring blankly at Yi Qinghan who was still running up the mountain. He swallowed his saliva, turned around, and saw Wu Shan standing at the side. He hurriedly pointed at Yi Qinghan and said to Wu Shan, "Shut up." Wu Shan shouted coldly without turning his head. Without blinking, Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva and mumbled, "Something bad is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. Oh, the dizziness has turned into a headache?" As expected, it's not simple. Yi Qinghan mumbled. He felt the buzzing sound in his ears getting louder and louder, and waves of pain started to appear in his head. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he continued to run. He had experienced this kind of pain for an entire year in the carefree pavilion. He had fainted countless times in the Fire Dragon continent because of the pain. Battle Beast Fusion. Yi Qinghan let out a deep shout. Her divine power surged, and her two soul seas simultaneously flashed with radiance. That pain completely disappeared, and her speed suddenly soared as she charged forward. Oh my god! Seeing that Yi Qinghan had actually increased his speed again, Wu Shan's body trembled, and the warrior behind him also trembled. Wu Shan purposely turned around to look at the warrior, and the two of them looked at each other. After confirming that he had not seen wrongly, Wu Shan wiped the cold sweat off his face. This young master had gone too far this time. Plop! As Yi Qinghan increased his speed again, a warrior and a demonic beast on the mountainside lost their composure. They immediately rolled down and stood behind Wu Shan. They gave the warrior a look, and it was obvious that he was a level 1 divine general. The warrior had wanted to ask Wu Shan, but Wu Shan did not answer. Apart from turning around to look at him, Wu Shan's eyes never left the warrior who was running wildly on the mountainside. Very soon, Yi Qinghan's figure had already surpassed the remaining few warriors lying on the ground halfway up the mountain. However, it was obvious that he had slowed down, and his back was slightly bent. He was no longer as straight as a javelin like before. No wonder this mountain is so difficult to climb. Yi Qinghan shook his head, gritted his teeth, and continued to move forward. If he wanted to take down Concubine Lan, he would have to climb to the peak. If he could not even climb the first mountain, it would take him a few million years to reach the peak. Even if it was possible, it would be impossible. By then, he might not even know if Concubine Lan would be moldy. What would be the point of taking her down? He now understood why those who climbed the mountain had to stand on all fours. This mountain was very strange. The higher one climbed, the greater the impact on one's soul. Moreover, the gravity on one's body would also increase. If it was only one of the two factors, it would be fine. One could just push forward and charge forward. However, the headache would come in waves. One might not be able to endure it any longer and fall down under the pressure of the gravity. In that case, one would have to climb all over again. Yi Qinghan dashed past them like a gust of wind. The remaining two warriors and the high-level demonic beast quickly checked Yi Qinghan's strength again. After confirming that Yi Qinghan was indeed a first-layer divine general, the two martialists and the demonic beast turned into 3 balls and rolled downwards without any hesitation. At this moment, a slight sound of surprise came from the palace at the peak of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Not long after, a slight ripple appeared in the space below the 5 Emperors Mountain, attracting Wu Shan's attention. However, Wu Shan did not discover anything after scanning with his divine sense. He smiled as he continued to stare at Yi Qinghan, who was getting closer to the second mountain. Then, a gust of wind blew behind him again. This time, not only did Wu Shan notice it, but the warriors behind him also sensed it. The two demonic beasts, in particular, started to scan their surroundings cautiously. However, no one paid any attention to it. Such a huge incident had occurred, so it would be strange if the important figures did not use their divine senses to check. Just over 100 meters. I must climb up. For the first time, Yi Qinghan could not take it anymore. His head was in pain, his body swayed, and he almost fell down. Yi Qinghan finally bent down helplessly and started to climb up using both his hands and feet. His speed was much slower, but he was still able to move a few meters per second. There was a small dividing zone between the first and second mountains. It was only half a meter wide, but it was just enough for a person to sit on. After much effort, Yi Qinghan finally reached the dividing zone and sat down. He felt the headache in his head and the gravity on his body disappear instantly. The pressure on his body disappeared, and the buzzing in his ears disappeared as well. Yi Qinghan felt a sense of comfort. He stood up and waved at Wu Shan. He sent a message, "Brother Wu Shan, this mountain is not that difficult to climb. Are you sure you didn't bring me to the wrong place?" Wu Shan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 699. Something big happened in the 5 Emperors Mountain today. After Yi Qinghan climbed up the first mountain, he did not continue to act tough. Then, like a wild goose, he flew down and dragged Wu Shan, whose face was filled with shock, into one of the 5 teleportation formations and returned to the Rain Emperor Mountain. The warriors on the empty ground started to discuss among themselves in shock. Besides the warrior from the Rain Emperor Mountain, no one believed that Yi Qinghan was a first-grade divine general. Coincidentally, the warrior from the Rain Emperor Mountain was a team leader who had led Yi Qinghan's group of 5 in a heaven-defying battle. At first, they did not see it clearly, but when Yi Qinghan came down, he saw it clearly. When he heard their argument, he responded with a few words, unwilling to accept it. His meaning was clear: your tribe does not have a genius, but the Rain Emperor's tribe has an exceptional genius. Your questioning is obviously jealousy, blatant jealousy. After the warrior said that Yi Qinghan was the young divine general who won 15 consecutive battles, no one questioned him anymore. Instead, they quickly entered their respective teleportation formations and returned to their respective tribes. Such important news, they had to report it immediately and fight for the credit. In an instant, except for the Wind Emperor's tribe, the news spread to the other tribes. It was not because the warriors in the Forgotten Land were gossiping, but because it was too shocking. The young divine general who won 15 consecutive battles, the genius from the Rain Emperor's tribe, not only did he not die, he came out of seclusion, climbed the 5 Emperors Mountain for the first time, and easily reached the first level of the 5 Emperors Mountain. What was the 5 Emperors Mountain? It was the most important place in the entire Forgotten Land, because the 5 emperors valued it the most. In the Forgotten Land, unless one reached the level of a 6th-grade war god, the 5 emperors would not even look at one. However, if one could climb higher and last longer in the 5 Emperors Mountain, then the 5 emperors would pay more attention to him. Although the crowd did not know why the 5 emperors valued the 5 Emperors Mountain so much. However, if one wanted to live a good life, to have more power, to have better treasures, and to enjoy life, besides being powerful, the only way was to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Didn't you see that godly king martial artist from the Cloud Emperor tribe? Not only did he climb to the first level, but he also stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights. As soon as he returned to the Cloud Emperor's tribe, Convenient Horse was summoned by the Cloud Emperor. He was even moved to the 4th floor and stayed with a group of 6th-grade war gods. What kind of honor was that? No one knew what kind of treatment the Rain Emperor would bestow upon this little divine general, but it did not stop this little divine general from becoming famous in the entire Forgotten Land. Yi Qinghan didn't know that he had only climbed a mountain with minor injuries, but it had caused an uproar in the entire Forgotten Land. In fact, he was still a little troubled. Climbing the first mountain was already so difficult. If he wanted to reach the peak, it would be extraordinarily difficult. It seemed like he had to work hard to cultivate. Wu Shan had a complicated expression on his face at the 5 Emperors Mountain. However, after he returned to the Rain Emperor Mountain, he calmed down. He didn't say much. Instead, he asked Yi Qinghan to go rest first, and then he turned around and left. After he turned into a corridor, his footsteps began to tremble. This was not caused by fear or shock, but excitement and ecstasy. He began to quicken his pace and walked toward Concubine Land's small hall. He wanted to report this matter to Concubine Lawn as soon as possible. Through Concubine Lawn, this would definitely be a great contribution. However, the stone door of Concubine Land's small hall was still closed, and the white light above it was flashing, which meant that Concubine Lawn didn't have time to see anyone. Damn it, Wu Shan angrily smashed the stone door a few times. This was a great contribution if the news was sent to the Rain Emperor as soon as possible. Later, everyone would know, and it would be none of his business. Concubine Land's closed-door cultivation was too timely. After smashing the door randomly, Wu Shan knew that since the protective shield of Concubine Land's room was open, even if he attacked with all his strength, Concubine Lawn wouldn't know. He rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. He resolutely turned around and walked out of the hall on the 2nd floor. He walked toward the sky stairway, but he didn't go to the 1st floor. Instead, he went up. Stop. The 3rd floor was the same as the 2nd floor, but the soil was white. There was a team of guards on the sky stairway. Seeing Wu Shan coming up, they hurriedly glanced at him coldly. If they hadn't seen concubine Lan bring Wu Shan up before, they would have killed him directly. Sir, I have something important to report. Miss Concubine Lan is in closed-door cultivation. So. Although Wu Shan was arrogant on the second floor, he was as obedient as a coward on the third floor. It was not his fault. Without orders from the Rain Emperor or Concubine Lan, anyone who dared to come up to the third floor without permission would violate the iron law of the Rain Emperor Mountain. The guards on the third floor had the right to kill him directly. Wu Shan, are you sure? A black-armored martialist among the guards said indifferently. His meaning was obvious. If your matter is not important, don't blame us if the manager of the third floor is alarmed and something bad happens. I'm very sure. Even if Sir Qi Li hears it, he will report it immediately. Wu Shan was very sure. He took the risk to go up to the third floor just to report this matter. Finally, when the Rain Emperor heard it, he would have made a great contribution. Good. Wait here. Seeing that Wu Shan knew the rules, the warrior hurriedly walked inside. It seemed that something big had happened. However, not long after, the warrior came out and did not let Wu Shan in. Instead, he waved his hand calmly and said, Sir Qi Li said that he already knows what you want to report. This news was passed down from the Rain Emperor. He wants you to go back and wait for orders. Hearing this, Wu Shan's body tensed up. He remembered the space fluctuation and the countless cool breezes behind Yiqinghan when he was climbing the mountain. After being stunned for a while, he was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled, cupped his hands, and walked to the second floor. It seemed that the Rain Emperor had already noticed Yiqinghan's matter. It was no wonder that the Rain Emperor would not pay attention to a person who was so important to him climbing the Five Emperors Mountain for the first time. The Rain Emperor was probably also quietly watching, right? Of course, the Rain Emperor already knew. At this moment, the fifth floor of the palace was very lively. Inside the magnificent palace, there were 5 chairs made of green wood. Sitting in the main seat was a woman. She had a graceful figure, and every movement she made exuded an enchanting aura. Her temperament was incomparably enchanting. It was a pity that her face was a bit blurry, and her true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, her eyes were very bright. On the left side of the chair sat an old man in white. His appearance was very ordinary, and his hair and beard were all white. His face was full of smiles, and he looked like a benevolent old man. Below him sat an imposing man with purple hair and 2 small horns on his head. The man was very handsome. On the right side sat a middle-aged man in a green robe and a man with an unusually majestic figure. His muscles were very exaggerated, and there was light hair on his face. Rain Empress, this is your fault. The last time we asked you about that brat, you said that he was in a coma and would probably not live for long. If this brat did not make a move, we would not have known that he was already awake. The white-haired old man was the first to speak. He looked at the lady and said with a smile. The green-robed man immediately followed up, but his tone was not very polite. That's right. You actually let such a genius stay on the second floor? The last time I received news, I was almost killed by your subordinate. You did not protect such a genius, and now that something has happened, you have harmed everyone. Why don't you send him to the Wind Emperor tribe, and I will give him the position of Deputy Palace Lord. The man with abnormally exaggerated muscles also said sinisterly, we can also give him to the Demon Emperor tribe. Chapter 700. Bullshit. Wind Emperor, do I need you to teach me how to do things? In the face of the cyan-robed man's sarcasm, the Rain Emperor did not hold back. He even cursed in an extremely arrogant manner. Then, her bright eyes swept over the green-robed man and the muscular man. She snorted coldly and said, Wind Emperor, Demon Emperor, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's fine if you play tricks normally, but if you dare to touch this brat, don't blame me for turning against you. Humph. The Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor snorted coldly at the same time. It was obvious that they were very displeased with the Rain Emperor's arrogance. With the Rain Emperor's impolite words, the atmosphere in the palace became tense. Even the gently fluttering red muslin hung down. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Perhaps an ordinary small martial artist would be directly suppressed to death here. All right. Don't be angry. The Reign Empress has her own reasons for doing things. Everyone's starting point is the same. I believe that the Wind Emperor and the Demon Emperor will not do such a stupid thing. The white-haired old man, Emperor Yun, chuckled and dispelled the tense atmosphere. He was obviously trying to be a peacemaker. Then, he turned to look at the purple-haired handsome man beside him and said, "Don't you agree, Thunder Emperor? I just want to get out." The Thunder Emperor had been sitting quietly ever since he entered the Rain Emperor Palace. He didn't say a word. Clearly, he didn't want to get involved in the dispute between the few emperors. But now that he had spoken, the meaning behind his words was clear. He was not going to get involved in the matter between the two of them, but if anyone obstructed him from leaving, then that person would be his enemy. Strangely enough, the Wind Emperor and the Fey Emperor's expressions changed slightly at the Thunder Emperor's calm words. After that, they sat down quietly. "Rain Empress, this kid is only a first-layer immortal general. You must train him well. If you need our help, just let us know." Emperor Yun laughed again and continued to ease the atmosphere. "No, I have already made arrangements. If I need anything, I will look for you," the Rain Empress said faintly. The meaning of sending them off was very obvious. The Wind Emperor and the Demon Emperor stood up and let out a cold snort. With a wave of their hands, they vanished into thin air. Emperor Yun smiled and disappeared from the palace with a wave of his hand. On the other hand, the Thunder Emperor directly walked out. In the end, he shot out of the palace gates and flew out. After waiting for a day, Wushan finally received orders from his superiors. However, this order made him feel very strange and puzzled. He ordered that the matter regarding Yi Qinghan must be kept strictly confidential. He even issued a gag order, forbidding the martial artists of the second floor from discussing this matter. As for how to deal with Yi Qinghan, he didn't mention a word about it. Wushan knew very well how impressive Yi Qinghan was. The longer you stayed in the Five Emperors Mountain, or the higher you climbed, the more impressive you would be. And for someone with Yi Qinghan's strength to be able to reach the next level so easily, it was even more amazing. This was much more impressive than Emperor Yun, the martial artist who stayed at the Five Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights. That ancient martial art practitioner could ascend to the 4th level of the Thunder Emperor Mountain, yet the higher-ups did not seem to have any intention of mobilizing Yi Qinghan. Wushan pondered for a while and came to a conclusion in his heart. Long Ni's elder brother, Long Fei, must have done something in the dark. The Rain Empress must not have known, otherwise she would not have not given Yi Qinghan any reward. Most importantly, he did not. Hence, he was furious. But Concubine Land's small hall was still closed. He did not dare to ascend to the 3rd level, so he could only wait for Concubine Land to come out of seclusion. Yi Qinghan did not feel that he was impressive at all, but he was still a little excited to be able to ascend to the 1st mountain. Since he could ascend to the 1st mountain, he could ascend to the 2nd mountain, the 3rd mountain, and finally the peak. Of course, he was not the least bit interested in the Rain Empress's offer to let him stay in the palace at the peak of the 4th mountain. It was very stressful to stay with such a powerful person. He was very interested in getting Concubine Lan. When he thought of her delicate red lips and her plump and soft body, his heart was burning with passion. In this boring life, he had to find some fun and goals for himself. Otherwise, he did not know how he could continue living. He rested for half a day and asked Wushan to send a few more holy fruits to the Ox-Head Deity King. Then, he went into the number 1 training room and prepared to seclude himself for a period of time to raise his realm to the 2nd level of the God General realm. Then, he would try to ascend to the 5 Emperors Mountain to see how far he could ascend. Alive. Qinghan is still alive. In a small room on the 2nd level of the Thunder Emperor tribe, Yi Yaorao sat in the room and tears flowed down from her eyes. The room was very simple and it was even smaller than Yi Qinghan's bathroom. There were no furnishings in the room and it was empty. Emperor God Xiaofeng believed the flirtatious lady's words and didn't force Yi Yaorao. Instead, he brought Yi Yaorao up to the second level and gave her the simplest room without any special treatment. He planned to conquer her slowly and use warm water to melt her cold and hard heart. Yi Qinghan's matter was sealed in the second level of the Rain Emperor tribe. However, it was widely spread in the Thunder Emperor tribe and Yi Yaorao received news about him easily. At that moment, her heart was burning with passion and she almost had the impulse to run down the Thunder Emperor mountain to look for the Rain Emperor tribe. However, she held back. She knew that Emperor God Xiaofeng had sent people to keep an eye on her. She was afraid that she would be kidnapped and brought back before she could leave the second level. As long as Yi Qinghan was alive, she couldn't die. Instead, she had to live better so that they could meet again. How? How can I get to the Rain Emperor tribe? Although Yi Yaorao was still sitting in silence, her heart had already flown to the Rain Emperor tribe that was tens of thousands of miles away. She didn't want to stay in that place any longer. Creak. The stone door opened and a flirtatious lady walked in. Her snake-like body was twisting as she walked and her plump but was extremely alluring. Yi Yaorao wasn't surprised. The stone door and the shield on the stone door didn't make any difference to the flirtatious lady. She wiped away the tears on her face and her heart instantly became cold. Her body emitted a faint coldness again. What's wrong? Sister, why are you crying? If there's anything, tell me. Which bastard dares to bully me? I'll help you. The flirtatious lady saw the tears on Yi Yaorao's face and the tears on the ground easily and she was delighted. Crying? That's good. I'm not afraid of you having emotions or thoughts. I'm only afraid of you being cold like a block of wood. Yi Yaorao didn't reply but her heart was racing. She wasn't stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the #1 genius in her plane. It was mainly because she had been with Yi Qinghan for a while and she was used to relying on him. She analyzed the flirtatious lady's words in her heart and said calmly, nothing. I'm just bored and homesick. The flirtatious lady was delighted. Of course, she knew that Yi Yaorao wasn't bullied. Who would dare to bully a woman that God Emperor Xiaofeng fancied? Yi Yaorao usually didn't talk to her but she suddenly said that she was bored. What did that mean? She was very clear. It seemed that this young lady was going to relent. It was just that she was shy. She quickly smiled and said, Sister, tell me, where do you want to go? I'll bring you around. You'll be bored to death if you stay in your room all day. What's so fun about this lousy place? Yi Yaorao smiled coldly. Then, she thought of something and said, I heard them talking about the 5 Emperors Mountain these few days. The 5 Emperors Mountain. It's the #1 wonder of the Forgotten Land. Let's go, I'll bring you around to see where it's fun. The flirtatious lady's smile became wider and she pulled Yi Yaorao's hand to walk out. Chapter 701. Yi Yaorao was dragged to the teleportation formation by the pretty lady. The people that Emperor God Xiaofeng had arranged to watch over Yi Yaorao didn't stop her when they saw that she was Emperor God Xiaofeng's woman. They didn't report to Emperor God Xiaofeng either. After all, the lady had followed Emperor God Xiaofeng for tens of thousands of years. She had great prestige on the second level. Although Yi Yaorao looked cold on the surface, she was actually very excited. Yi Qinghan could go to the 5 Emperors Mountain. There must be a teleportation formation to the Rain Emperor Mountain. As long as she could get to the Rain Emperor Mountain and see Yi Qinghan, she wouldn't mind dying. As expected. There was a flash of white light and the two of them appeared in the 5 Emperors Mountain. Yi Yaorao smiled. Because she saw that she was standing in a teleportation formation and there were 4 teleportation formations next to it. Needless to say, the 4 teleportation formations were definitely to other tribes. At that moment, she felt that she was so close to Yi Qinghan. The pretty lady smiled. Of course, she saw Yi Yaorao's expression change but she thought that Yi Yaorao was shocked by the beautiful scenery of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Thinking that Emperor God Xiaofeng had promised to let her go to the 3rd level if she could take down Yi Yaorao, the smile on her face grew wider. Sister, the Five Emperors Mountain is strange, right? Let me tell you, there are many strange places in the Five Emperors Mountain. Do you see? Is there anyone climbing the mountain? This is the first mountain. Let alone you, even I would find it difficult to climb to the middle of the mountain. However, if you want to live a good life in the tribe and enjoy better treatment, you have to climb the mountain. Of course, sister, you are different. Who asked sir to like you? The bewitching woman smiled and began to lecture Yi Yao Rao again. There were many people climbing the Five Emperors Mountain that day. They were probably stimulated by Yi Qinghan. There were people in every tribe. To improve in the Five Emperors Mountain, one had to keep climbing. The Five Emperors Mountain was very magical. Many people were enlightened while climbing the mountain. Oh, those are demonic beasts? Yi Yao Rao looked around and was surprised. She pointed at the demonic beasts at the middle of the mountain and said in fear. When the beautiful woman saw that Yi Yao Rao had become more talkative, she became even happier. This was a good sign. He quickly explained to her, "Don't worry, these beasts are all high-level beasts. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't attack you. Although the Five Emperors Mountain doesn't prohibit fighting, everyone knows that this is a place that the Five Emperors value. Even if there is a small conflict, they won't fight." When the beautiful woman saw Yi Yao Rao look at the other cultivators on the mountain curiously, she explained again, "The ones in white armor are from the Cloud Emperor tribe, the ones in green armor are from the Wind Emperor tribe, and the ones in black armor are from the Rain Emperor tribe. By the way, that freak from last time was from the Rain Emperor's tribe. I heard that he reached the top of the first mountain in the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, and he almost ran there. He's really awesome." When Yi Yao Rao heard about the Rain Emperor's tribe and that freak, her eyes instantly lit up. She could almost see Yi Qinghan smiling devilishly as he dashed towards the Five Emperors Mountain like a gust of wind. Fortunately, she had good self-control and quickly covered it up. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise and said, "Run up? Why are all these people climbing? That's why I said that this freak is awesome. Hee hee. I reckon that this person will definitely be received by the Rain Emperor and he will be sent to the 3rd or 4th level of the Rain Emperor Mountain. The 3rd or 4th level. That's a very good place. His power will definitely increase in a short period of time. He might even be able to climb to the peak in the end." The beautiful woman said enviously. She had followed Emperor God Xiaofeng for tens of thousands of years and she knew clearly what she could get and what she could possess in the 3rd or 4th level. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager to go up to the 3rd level. Yi Yao Rao didn't speak anymore, but she stared at the group of cultivators at the waist of the mountain. She revealed a cold expression, but her heart was burning with passion. Yi Qinghan was doing well in the Rain Emperor tribe. It meant that as long as she went to the Rain Emperor tribe, he would definitely be able to protect her. There was only one reason why she had said so much nonsense that day, which was to confirm which teleportation formation belonged to the Rain Emperor tribe. If she wasn't sure and entered the wrong teleportation formation and was sent to another tribe, she wouldn't even have the chance to speak and she would be killed straight away. It didn't take long for the suspense to be resolved. Occasionally, there were cultivators who couldn't withstand the pressure of the Five Emperors Mountain and rolled down. Some cultivators continued to rush up while others shook their heads helplessly and walked towards the teleportation formation. Coincidentally, a cultivator in black armor walked towards the second teleportation formation on the left. "I want to climb the mountain." After confirming the teleportation formation, Yi Yao Rao spoke without hesitation. Her eyes were burning with passion. The beautiful woman was shocked and advised with a bitter smile, "Sister, you are only a first-stage divine general. You are not that weird genius. Don't seek trouble for yourself. I want to try. If others can do it, maybe I can too." Yi Yao Rao said resolutely. Her tone was firm. "All right, don't force yourself." The beautiful woman rolled her eyes helplessly. The Five Emperors Mountain would at most give people a headache for a while. They wouldn't die. Moreover, the cold ice jade body was one of the spiritual bodies in the realm of gods. They might be able to rush up for a while. Yi Yaorao suppressed the excitement in her heart and started to rush towards the Red Mountain. Her goal was simple. She wanted to use the 5 Emperors Mountain to bounce back. Then, she would control her body and bounce back to the second teleportation formation. Before the beautiful woman could react, she would rush into the teleportation formation and be teleported to the Rain Emperor's tribe. She began to accelerate quietly, and then her speed became faster and faster, directly rushing towards the Red Mountain. This girl really thinks that she is that weird genius. The beautiful woman didn't stop her. She felt that it would be better to let Yi Yaorao suffer a little so that she could persuade her in the future. As expected, Yi Yaorao only rushed 10 meters into the Red Mountain before she groaned in pain. Her body flew backward and rolled on the ground. Haha. The cultivators on the mountain laughed when they heard Yi Yaorao's groans. This first stage divine general really thought that she was that weird genius from the Rain Emperor's tribe. She actually dared to rush like that, hee hee. The beautiful woman laughed softly. She looked at Yi Yaorao, who was rolling on the ground in pain but didn't move. She obviously had a way to alleviate Yi Yaorao's headache. However, she was still very happy when she saw Yi Yaorao being tortured. Although she didn't have any feelings for Emperor God Xiaofeng, Yi Yaorao's appearance had threatened her position. Of course, she was unhappy. I'm close, Qing Han. I will see you soon. Yi Yaorao held her head in her hands. Her beautiful face was contorted in pain, and her body was spasming. However, her heart was filled with incomparable excitement and joy. As she rolled, the second teleportation array was less than 10 meters away from her. Chapter 702. Emperor God Xiaofeng felt restless that day. He thought it was because he had been thinking about the cold lady recently, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But after sitting for a while, he still felt restless. Call Snake Empress over. After sitting for a while, his restlessness didn't subside. Hence, he waved his hand and asked one of his subordinates to bring the beautiful lady over. He planned to pour all his restlessness into her cherry mouth. In a short while, his subordinate reported that Snake Empress had brought Yi Yaorao to 5 Emperors Mountain. Why are they going to 5 Emperors Mountain? Emperor God Xiaofeng rubbed his head and his face suddenly turned cold. He had ruled the second level for hundreds of thousands of years. Most of the people were his people. Even the few big shots respected him and wouldn't reveal the fact that Yi Yaorao had an ice jade body. But 5 Emperors Mountain was different. There were warriors from other tribes in 5 Emperors Mountain. If it were to be seen through, forget about being robbed. Even if it were reported, it would be troublesome if Thunder Emperor found out about it while chatting among the 5 emperors. Idiot. Emperor God Xiaofeng slapped the captain and sent him flying. Then, he sprinted outside and entered the teleportation formation in the hall. Motherf ****. The moment he appeared in the teleportation formation, he happened to see Yi Yaorao crawling up from the ground. Then, she sprinted to the second teleportation formation with burning eyes. 1086, where are you going? Emperor God Xiaofeng waved and released his god territory. He restrained Yi Yaorao's body and smiled maliciously. Huh. The beautiful Snake Empress instantly reacted when Yi Yaorao stood up and sprinted to the second teleportation formation. She was anxious and angry and she sprinted over at lightning speed. She happened to see Emperor God Xiaofeng appearing in the teleportation formation and restraining Yi Yaorao immediately. She let out a sigh of relief. If Yi Yaorao were to escape, she didn't know how Emperor God Xiaofeng would torture her. Previously, because of a small matter, Emperor God Xiaofeng took a metal rod and stabbed her. Mister, I'm sorry, Looking at Emperor God Xiaofeng's gloomy face, Snake Empress looked pitiful and she lowered her head and said, Pa. Emperor God Xiaofeng didn't look at her pitiful face. With a slap, he sent Snake Concubine flying and said angrily, You idiot, you will suffer when you return. Yi Qinghan, Yaorao will still be your wife in the next life. Yi Yaorao smiled pitifully. She knew that she would not be able to escape the fate of being humiliated when she returned, so she decided to seek death. He let out a mournful roar, and white flames instantly appeared on his body. He was preparing to burn his divine crystal and self-destruct. Humph, you want to die? It's not that cheap. Emperor God Xiao Feng felt Yi Yaorao's strange movement and his expression changed abruptly. After that, he laughed cruelly and a spear appeared in his hand. With lightning speed, he shot it toward Yi Yaorao's abdomen. Ever since Yi Alluring Rao tumbled out, many martial artists at the mountainside had been paying close attention to the commotion. When they heard Emperor God Xiao Fen's words and saw his actions, they were surprised. When a martial artist wanted to burn his divine crystal and self-destruct, it was hard to control. Unless one was abnormally powerful and sealed his divine crystal forcefully, there was absolutely no way to stop the self-destruction of the divine crystal. The expert from Thunder Emperor tribe seemed to be able to stop her from self-destruction. But if he stabbed her directly and the divine crystal exploded, wouldn't she still die? However, a shocking scene appeared. Emperor God Xiao Feng's spear only pierced half an inch into Yi Yaorao's abdomen and stopped abruptly. The strange thing was that the flames burning on the surface of Yi Yaorao's body suddenly extinguished. Blood started spurting out from her abdomen and dense divine energy surged out. It was 100 times denser than the divine energy in the air. Most importantly, everyone's consciousness detected that Yi Yaorao wasn't dead. She had only fainted. Her divine crystal didn't explode, but there was only a crack. Emperor God Xiao Feng looked at the mountainside and the nearby martial artists coldly and arrogantly. There weren't many people in God Realm who knew this move. Then, he looked at Yi Yaorao who had fainted on the ground and revealed a cruel smile. He turned to stare at Snake Queen and sent a voice transmission, "Bring her back and seal her divine crystal. Watch over her. When she recovers, send her to my room. I am going to rape her." Snake Queen didn't dare to say a word. She carried Yi Yaorao and followed Emperor God Xiao Feng into the teleportation formation. They disappeared from everyone's sight. After the three of them left, the martial artists at the mountainside and the foot of the mountain started discussing. Some were envious of Emperor God Xiao Feng's luck with women. Some were shocked by Emperor God Xiao Feng's spear. Some were discussing Snake Queen's waist and Yi Yaorao's beauty. Of course, there were people who entered the teleportation formation and returned to their respective tribes to report to the manager of the second level. There were dozens of martial artists at the scene. There were some with good eyesight and they recognized Yi Yaorao's cold ice jade body. Cold ice jade body? Wu Shan stared at the team leader in front of him and the doubt in his eyes was obvious. Such a spirit body was very precious. The big families in the divine world wanted to lock her at home every day. How could they let her fall into the forgotten land? Concubine Lan was in seclusion. The team leader could only find Wu Shan to report the situation. Wu Shan kept silent for a while and didn't pay much attention to it. Even if there was a spirit body, it belonged to the Thunder Emperor tribe. He was just surprised. Why would the martial artists in the Thunder Emperor tribe let the spirit body run around? He said casually, "Tell me what happened in detail." It was rare for the team leader to have a chance to talk to a big shot. Of course, he reported the situation in detail. He felt it was a pity. If only Concubine Lan didn't go into seclusion and reported to her directly. Forget about the reward, it would be worth it to see Concubine Lan a few more times. Humph. Emperor God Xiao Feng will die because of a woman sooner or later. Wu Shan chuckled. Emperor God Xiao Feng was famous for his womanizing. He heard that many women in the Thunder Emperor tribe were persecuted by him. After laughing for a while, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes opened wide and he asked doubtfully, "Wait, what did you say the woman shouted before she blew herself up?" "Your Excellency, before she blew herself up," she said. "Yi Qinghan, I will be your wife in the next life." "What's wrong, Your Excellency?" The team leader was a little surprised, but he still answered honestly. "Yi Qinghan? Little brother. Isn't his name Yi Qinghan? Could it be the same name?" The shaman touched his chin. With so many martial artists in the divine realm, it was normal for people to have the same name. After thinking for a while, he decided to go there when he thought of how much the Rain Emperor valued Yi Qinghan. After turning a few long corridors, he walked to the number 1 training room. Wu Shan opened the door and saw Yi Qinghan meditating in seclusion facing the wall. He was full of admiration. This little brother knows that concubine Lan and the Rain Emperor appreciate him very much, but he doesn't become arrogant. Instead, he comes here to cultivate whenever he has time. If I were him, I wouldn't have such a good mentality. This kid has a bright future.